And welcome back, everyone, to the Spring Spirit Drive here at Holy Family Radio. Deacon Jeff, along with Kim Schrader here, hosting as we start to wrap up our 3-day Spring Spirit Drive. We're in the last 4 or 5 hours. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 hours left here on the Spring Spirit Drive. That's all that's left for you to pledge your support and make a donation. The phones have not been that busy since we were last on the air finishing up our conversation with Father Rick. But I can tell you there have been a lot of folks who have come in and visited the studio and dropped off either cash or checks or give us their credit card information. And right now we have a goal every year of 12 apostles. And right now I'm pleased to say we are now at 10 apostles. Apostle is someone or group that has pledged or given $1,000, either a lump sum or a recurring donation. So I want to thank all those 10 people, but also all those who have also donated by dropping off checks or cash or what have you. So we've got many parishioners from St. John the Baptist here in Glandorf who have dropped off some checks, Saints Peter and Paul in Ottawa, St. Anthony from Columbus Grove. I want to thank a donor from Our Lady of Consolation over in Cary, Ohio, for also pledging their support here at Holy Family Radio. We cover that area. That's a part of our local area for 94.9, believe it or not. And so there's also parishioners from Holy Family. And let's see what else in my list here. St. Michael in Kalida as well. Well represented here at the Spring Spirit Drive. Overall, our total is not as large or as much as we need it to be right now. We have 5 hours to make up maybe $15,000. So we need $15,000 in this last 5 hours. It's $3,000 an hour. So it's going to take a bit of work, and it means that you cannot delay in making a decision and or calling us right now in the studio at 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. I invite those who are watching via live stream to also reach out to us via phone call at that number or online to our website, holyfamilyradio.fm. You can make that donation or pledge that way as well. We also, via our live stream, you can comment on our posts there for either Facebook or YouTube or X. I'm surprised at how many people are watching on X or Twitter. Our feed here today, upwards of 10 people or more have been watching Twitter and the guests here on the Spirit Drive. So 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. Kim, you have anything you want to share with us?
Don't forget that you can make your donation online, of course, at holyfamilyradio.fm or on the Holy Family Radio app. Mm-hmm. Deacon Jeff will be, if you missed any of the interviews that we've done already, Deacon Jeff will be posting them on our webpage as well as YouTube. How's that going to work?
You get access to our YouTube channel, basically, is
okay.
Where to get those videos posted. We'll share them on our social media as well.
Oh, great. Okay. So, we've had some great interviews so far. Yeah. We've got a few more left this afternoon coming up your way. So don't hesitate to roll on over there to YouTube and see those videos as they get posted. Also, remember that you might have an employer matching program. Check that out with your employer. So that, if you donate $50, maybe your employer matches 50 cents on the dollar up to a certain amount, or even dollar for dollar. Every program is a little bit different, but check that out. The phones have been a little quieter than we would like them to be. So how about giving us a call, 888-287-0655. Talk to our volunteers. Pledge your donation. Increase your recurring donation. Maybe just make a little increase. Mm-hmm. We're really looking for new donors as well. Maybe you could donate $5 a month. That's $60 a year. Mm-hmm. Give us a call, 888-287-0655. We need those phones to be ringing and those donations to roll in so we can handle things like a $15,000 light replacement that had to be done was it just last week?
It was last month. Actually, earlier this month it got wrapped up. So Yeah.
Yeah. So those things pop up, and the money really needs to be there. And if you're a faithful listener, you know that the 94.9 signal went off the air a few times recently. These things happen, and we need to have the money in the coffers to be able to make the necessary repairs or upgrades that are needed to keep that signal coming your way. 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655.
So now next I'm going to replay an interview that I did with Deacon Harrison Garlick. I think it was a fairly popular one. Did it yesterday afternoon, and I had 4 books to give away that was recommended in that interview. They got snapped up pretty quick. I don't have any more to give out, but I do want to give the topic that we had talked about with Deacon Harrison Garlick a little bit more exposure. So we're going to play this interview that you could watch via live stream and or listen to here on Holy Family Radio. And just remember that anytime that you want to get in touch with us during this time, 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. HolyFamilyRadio.fm is the website to visit with a link, and also there's where you can get get tickets for our 14-year anniversary event coming up in August with Deacon Harold Burke Sivers coming in to join us for that. So with that, we're going to go over to our interview with Deacon Harrison Garlick. And our next guest here on the Spring Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio is one that our listeners aren't familiar with, but it's someone who I discovered on X, formerly Twitter, maybe 6 months ago. And I'd like to welcome to our Spirit Drive Deacon Harrison Garlick. He is the Chancellor and In-House Counsel at the Diocese of Tulsa in Eastern Oklahoma. He's also a father, a deacon, and everything else. So say hello to everybody, Deacon Garlick.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me on today.
So I'm sure no one is really familiar with who you are. Why don't you give us a little bit of a bio and a little background about you?
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much again for having me. So yeah, married. I live out in rural Oklahoma on a little kind of homestead. We've got a bunch of ducks and chickens and geese running around, and also a whole bunch of children. So I have 4 currently and 1 on the way, due in June. So pray for my wife. We'll have 1 older girl and then 4 boys running around. So it's a lively household. For my day job, I do serve as a chancellor and legal counsel for the Diocese of Tulsa. So I'm doing our legal and HR, Chinese protection, and insurance. So kind of all the back office stuff that people typically don't think about when they think about the church. But our job is really to kind of untie knots and let pastors actually focus on the pastoral ministry, and we kind of take on some of those challenges and kind of help them navigate them. And then in my free time, what I like to do is study the great books. So I have a podcast, ascendthegreatbookspodcast.com, in which we help people read the great books. So what are the great books? Think of Homer, think of Dante, think of St. Augustine, Plato, Aristotle, these great minds that really helped build up our Western culture. So that's on my heart. And so I have this podcast, and we go very slowly. We're actually in a year of Homer, reading 1 book or chapter of Homer a week. And I also teach great books for our diaconate program. So we have our local diaconate program. We're very blessed to actually have a great books sequencing in that. And so we actually just finished reading Antigone last month, a Greek play, which I think dovetails really well into Tobit and the importance of burying the dead.
That's quite interesting. The idea of the great books is something that when I was in college, I recall, some of the classics, but I haven't really read any of those great books. What would you consider to be maybe the top 5 or so great books that we ought to be able to pay attention to?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you have your thinkers like Plato, Aristotle, St. Thomas Aquinas, Dante. I mean, these are people that I think the church returns to time and time again to kind of pull out this treasury of thought. I think if people are actually to get invested in them, they're like, well, I'd like to read these. Where do I start? Sometimes it's really hard just to pick up like St. Thomas Aquinas or pick up St. Augustine, because one of the things that you have to realize about the great books is that these thinkers are in conversation with one another. So St. Augustine's in conversation with Plato. Aristotle's in conversation with Plato. Thomas is basically in conversation with everyone who's come before him. And so sometimes if you jump right into the middle of conversation, it can be a little daunting. So one of the reasons that on Ascend, we started off with a year of Homer and this kind of slow walk through Homer is because Homer really is the first great book. He's the one that kind of gets the conversation started. So in the midst of reading about, the war at Troy and people getting speared in the face and all these other things, underneath that, there are actually some real perennial conversations happening about like, what's the relationship between the gods and fate? What's the relationship between free will and the gods? What does it mean actually to be an excellent man, right? In the Greek, the arete, the entire virtue tradition starts in the pages of Homer. So I would say like if people are going to start the great books, what we need to look at is really look at Homer. I think it's a great place to start.
Mm. Yeah, when we think about the ancients and what they know, they really, if you really get into them, you get to understand that they really wanted to know what it was to be human. I believe, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, they know more about what it means to be human than I think we do sometimes.
Oh no, I think that's absolutely true. We're very divorced sometimes from our humanity, either just because life has become easy or because our technology, we tend to be kind of divorced from what is actually real, if you will. Where the ancients, sometimes we think we're better than them because I have an iPhone, right? So like I'm smarter than them because I have Google and Wikipedia. But there's a real wisdom, I think, in the ancients, particularly in someone like Homer, where there are what we would call perennial questions. Like these are perennial questions that humanity is always going to be asking. What does it mean to be human? What does it mean to live a good life? What does it mean to have a family? And a lot of these begin in a really nascent way in Homer. And I think another reason too that we turn to the Greeks, particularly because there's other, ancient great books. You could read the Enuma Elish, you could read Confucius, you could read all kinds of other texts from different cultures. But I think one thing, particularly as Catholics, we have to realize is that Greek culture plays somewhat of a providential role in human history because Greek culture flowed into Hebrew culture prior to the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. And so when you look at what is the culture that Jesus came into, he came into a culture in which Greek reason and Hebrew faith were already in dialogue with one another. You look at the books in the Old Testament, particularly the ones closest to Christ, were originally written in Greek. The Septuagint is the first Greek, first Old Testament, which is in Greek, if you will. The New Testament's written in Greek. Greek thought had permeated a lot of that Hebrew culture, and it was in dialogue with one another. And so when you start looking at this, what you realize is that Greek reason came together with Hebrew faith in order to kind of prepare the world for the coming of Jesus Christ. Mm. And so when John opens his gospel saying, in the beginning was the Logos, this Greek term, this term that both Plato and Aristotle used heavily, the only reason that his audience can start to receive that is because they've actually had their minds somewhat prepared by a Hellenistic culture to understand the depth of what it means that God became incarnate. And a lot of those conversations to understand that depth actually starts with Homer. So I think a lot of reasons of why to read great books, particularly prior to Jesus Christ, is because we have to understand that Providence used them to somewhat till the soil for the coming of his son.
Yeah, absolutely. I had thought about that. I had considered that before. You had the philosophy of the ancient Greeks with the discipline of the Romans, kind of a perfect storm in a way, right? To be able to, God in his providential, time, use those foundations then to, bring forth, his kingdom here on earth.
Yeah. Sometimes on the podcast, we'll talk about that, to kind of just like distill it, that Greek reason coupled together with Hebrew faith under Roman order prepared the world to receive Jesus Christ. Mm-hmm. And I think that we, in reading the great books, we are able to kind of step into that culture. So for instance, just as a small example, I just finished reading the Oresteia, which is a trilogy of Greek tragedies by Aeschylus. And a lot of the question is, what is justice? And the prevailing understanding of justice is, well, you love your friends and hate your enemies. That's just. And it makes sense because if you love your friends and hate your enemies, you're not a betrayer, right? You won't betray people. Yeah. And so, you love the people inside your own polis, inside your own city-state, and you hate those outside of it, and you live a pretty just life. And it really sets a lot of context for then when Christ comes in and says, love your enemies. He's turning that whole concept of justice on its head. And he even points out, like, well, of course, if you love your friends, even the pagans do that.
Yeah.
So what is it that the Christians bring that are unique? Well, we are supposed to love our enemies. And of course, you can pull from that without having read the Greeks. But if you've read the Greeks and seen the conversations they were having a couple centuries before, the incarnation, then it actually brings a lot more depth to the words and commands of Jesus Christ.
hmm Yeah, absolutely. So let's kind of fast forward then to today's age, and the kind of things we can learn from them to today. One of the things that really kind of stood out to me when I was going through my X feed was something that you had provided and written about the acedia, however you want to pronounce it. We might say it a couple different ways, right? But because we kind of understand it to be slothfulness, like we think of a laziness and stuff. But you kind of presented it and broke it down in a way that I was like, oh my goodness, that makes a lot of sense for what's going on today. Especially for me, like as a man, what does it mean to be a man? Excellence, all those sort of things. Why don't you set the table there for us, and let's kind of plow through that a little bit.
Yeah, of course. So I think when a lot of people, as you said, think of acedia, achadia, there's lots of pronunciations for it. When you think of just like a general slothfulness, we typically think of like a lazy person, right? Like, well, I'm going to lay on the couch and just scroll through Facebook or look at Netflix all day. And therefore that's, one of the seven deadly sins, and that's that slothfulness. That's certainly a part of it, but that doesn't really get to the heart of it. And I think an example is that, the marathon runner could be suffering from acedia. The highly successful CEO could be suffering from a spiritual slothfulness. Aquinas tells us that sloth is really a sadness or a lack of love about the things of God or the things that really matter in life, right? Another way to look at it, which is the one that I think helps the most, is that acedia is a cooling of love. It's a cooling of love that actually then terminates in a certain inactivity. And so, for a good example of this, in Dante's Purgatorio, when Virgil, his guide, Dante the Pilgrim, is being taken up the mountain of Purgatory by this Roman poet, Virgil, when they get to the terrace, the part of the mountain that purges the soul of sloth, Virgil gives like this little speech about what is slothfulness. And he actually explains it by explaining what is our natural love, like this amor, this eros that we have. And he talks about that the soul is like fire. It wants to ascend. The soul has a natural element in it, a natural disposition, a nature to move upward. It wants to move from, say, the lower things in life to the higher things. It moves from lesser goods to higher goods, from lower beauties to higher beauties. And this creates a certain spirituality of ascent, and you see this within our spiritualities. We talk about ladders. We talk about climbing mountains, right? A lot of the spiritual classics are contextualized as the soul has to move upward. And that's where this comes from, is that the soul is like fire. It wants to move upward. And what acedia does is it comes in and it cools that fiery love. It cools it insofar as the soul, why it's considered slothfulness is the soul no longer wants to climb a ladder of love. It no longer wants to climb this ladder of holiness, which at the top is God, ultimately. And it comes in, but the thing that's so dangerous about acedia, and why it's called the Noonday Devil, which is, by the way, there's a phenomenal book called The Noonday Devil. So if you want to kind of follow this up and say, where can I learn more about it? That's the book I would point you to. It's called The Noonday Devil because it can seep into your life at the time that you least expect it. So at noonday, there's no shadows, right? There's no shadows. There's no darkness. But yet this demon still slips in somehow. And it causes that love to cool. And it's so easy not to realize that is happening, that our zeal for things that are important in life have started to cool. Because I'm not committing a sin. I'm not doing anything bad. I'm not committing, right, an actual act. But it's the lack of things that start to kind of erode your spiritual life that we can become very blind to.
Yeah. Excuse me. The idea that it slips in and it basically you begin to not strive for greatness, right? In terms of, going up that ladder. It's like, well, I'm good enough. I don't have to do this if I don't want to. That's hard. But then it's kind of, I've heard it said also that when you begin to begin to quell that sense of striving for greatness in yourself, you then begin to hate it in others. You don't want others to then also achieve greatness in a way, correct?
Correct. Yeah. So one way to look at this is that our natural love that we have, so we're talking about the natural love, not even like charity that we receive in baptism by having grace in our life, but just like the natural love that we have. That natural love, like a fire, we have to understand that it was enkindled in us by God. Because what ends up happening is that, like, listen, we all want to be happy. Like that's the point. We all make decisions based on the fact that we think this will make us happy. We want to seek happiness. We think this will better us. And so the problem is that, happiness, like when I attain something that's good and I become happy, that's great. But the problem is that I don't want to be happy some of the time. I want to be happy all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But the things that I can have in this life, even great things like a marriage or whatever, are all finite. They all have an ending point. Not only do they have an ending point, but they only make me happy in certain ways. They don't make me happy in like all ways, right? So, if I have a great cup of coffee, it can make me happy, but two things. One, it's going to come to an end. And two, it's not going to make me happy in all ways. If it does make me happy in all ways, something's wrong with me, right? You would be like, well, you enjoy that cup of coffee too much, right? That's disproportionate to your soul. And so you can see then how this natural love in us is enkindled in us. It's a fire that burns into us that we keep seeking greater goods. And so two things can happen to the soul. Either one, and this is what most people get trapped in, we just become consumers. We just become on a conveyor belt. We're just constantly looking for more and more goods to consume. And our life is basically this relentless seeking of things to make me happy until I die.
Mm.
Or the other way, which is the ascent, which is moving upwards, if we realize that, well, there are greater things my life can have. Like, yes, there are things that give me pleasure, like a great cup of coffee or a great feast or a great conversation. But then there's other things higher in life, like being excellent, having greatness, having nobility, like, perfecting myself as a human. And then above that, there's things like wisdom, right? If I actually understanding things, I actually knowing the world around me. And then above that is God. Because what you have to realize is that what the soul, the reason God enkindles that love in us is because it's not a condemnation to endless consumption, but rather it is calling the soul back to Him, because He is the only thing that can make our soul happy in those two ways. Our infinite desire for happiness incorporates or becomes or satiates in an infinite good. And also then God doesn't make me happy in a certain way. God makes me happy in all ways. So what my soul is actually seeking in all these different things is actually God. And so our soul, the reason I point that out is because you have to understand that love is enkindled in us to lead us back to God, because then you can understand how dangerous it is that acedia comes in and cools that, because then it stops our natural ascent to God. And so, for instance, like just to give some examples. So if you think about the soul, so the soul is structured, kind of pulling from the Platonic St. Augustine side of the church. The soul basically has three major parts, right? It's got your intellect, and then you're spirited, and then you're appetitive. And each part has like a certain object, right? You can think of it like a hunger. It loves something. Each part of your soul loves something. Your intellect loves wisdom. It loves truth, right? That's what it seeks. That's what it wants to know. The spirited part of you, think about, like, we can still kind of use this word today, right? Oh, he's spirited, right? Oh, the spirited warrior. That's a spirited horse, right? What is it? What does that mean? Well, it means that it has a certain honor, an excellence, right? A nobility to it. This is like, we talked about the great books. They talk about being spirited. It's thumos in the Greek, right? The warrior is spirited, right? He has a certain bravery. He stands up and does excellent and great things on behalf of his people. And then the last part of the soul is the appetitive, and that seeks pleasure, and not necessarily in a bad way, right? We seek pleasures that are ordered and just, right? Like I said, I have a good cup of coffee. I have a wonderful marriage. I have good conversations with my friends. There are pleasurable things in life, right? We feast for birthdays. We feast for saints, right? There's wonderful, pleasurable things that we can enjoy. And so the soul kind of pivots around these three goods, and they're in hierarchical order, right? So we want to seek wisdom and truth first, then we seek what's spirited, and then we seek what's pleasurable, and it helps guide us. So, and then you can see that the virtues kind of line up with this. So it's like, well, what if I want to, so if you're kind of doing some spiritual reflection, you're like, well, I need to like improve myself and my intellect. How do I do that? Well, prudence, right? Prudence is the virtue that perfects your intellect. well, I need to improve being spirited. Like I'm too often fearful. I too often am afraid of what people think, or I can't proclaim the gospel because I'm afraid. Like, how do I get over that fear? Well, the virtue that helps us be spirited is fortitude, bravery, right? Courage. Most of us, a lot of us, our culture, because it kind of lends it this way, is, well, I have problems putting a bridle on my appetitive appetite, right? I have a problem with things that are pleasurable because our culture right now just puts these like a banquet in front of us, just constantly telling us to consume. What virtue can help me there? Well, it's temperance, right? We practice temperance. And then in the St. Augustine's model, you might say like, well, I know my four cardinal virtues. Where is justice? Like where does justice fall? Justice is the virtue of being well ordered, and so it's like a veneer on the soul overall. It helps the soul be just and well ordered and become beautiful. And so as we pursue these things in our life, like from moving from lesser to higher things, we climb the ladder of love. We're pursuing holiness. We pursue these virtues that help perfect the different souls, or excuse me, the parts of our soul. We're configured then to Christ, right? We become more Christ-like the higher that we kind of ascend. And so you can see then acedia to be a cooling then is so dangerous to the soul. It stops us. And it's so dangerous because we don't even know what's happening. And so, for an example, let's take the intellect. Okay, so the intellect seeks truth. It's perfected by prudence. What happens though if the soul, particularly in its intellect, starts to suffer from acedia, a slothfulness, which means that love that the intellect has for truth starts to cool? Well, we see this in our culture all the time. What the intellect starts to believe is that there is no truth. I don't need to seek the truth. There is no truth. And this is where relativism comes in, right? Well, hey, that statement can't be true, right? All truth can't be relative because the fact that you said that is a truth, and that can't be relative. So like, this doesn't even make sense. For most people, it doesn't matter. They're like, just let me live the life I want to, right? The idea that our lives have to be consistent and according to a principle of truth doesn't even make sense to most people anymore. Why? Because the intellect has somewhat atrophied. It's grown soft. It doesn't even seek its truth anymore. And so we're in a very relativistic culture. And as you already kind of alluded to, the next step after relativism is nihilism, that nothing matters at all. And that's where, as you mentioned, which I agree with, is the soul naturally should be seeking to be great. They talk about magnanimity, right? The virtue of being great-souled, which we contextualize in being Christ-like. The culture or the soul that then falls into relativism and falls into nihilism starts to hate greatness, not just in itself, but in general.
Yeah.
And it will start to hate greatness so much that it will hate life itself. That life itself is not even worth living. And if that doesn't provide us somewhat of a spiritual insight into this culture of death that we have today, I don't know what does.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you kind of got to that one point that I was I was talking about, and that you see it in our culture all the time, and that's what I was going to ask you about. It's like it's not only in us individually, but it also can then pervade our culture and the time that we're living in, to the point that we're actually seeing it. Not it kind of slips in, but now it's rampant. It's everywhere, and somewhere I think in another article, or maybe the same one, you mentioned about it's like being fat souled, right? Like we're cows, not looking up at all, right?
Yeah. So there's a good article. I wrote an article called "The Crisis of Fat Souled Men." It was published on the Catholic website, the Josias. So if you're interested in this topic and you want something less than a book to read, I don't know, it's probably 1,200 words, just kind of explaining this crisis that is acedia that's crept into us, particularly then kind of looking at it from the masculine standpoint. And yeah, because the problem is we saw like, okay, what happens to the intellect? But this cascades down through the whole soul. So think about the spirited. So the spirited part of the soul, it seeks honor, it seeks glory, it seeks things that are noble, right? And it's perfected then by fortitude. Well, when acedia slips in and that love for what is excellent in life starts to cool, then yeah, we start to become at that point somewhat soft-souled. Because the problem with being spirited is you have to be willing to do hard things to seek what's good. And the problem is because of how life works, is that you have to be able to endure pain and suffering to live a virtuous life. We worship a God that was sacrificed on the cross. Like, you're just not going to get around this. And so the problem is when acedia cools the love that we should have towards general nobility, towards excellence, and these types of things, we become very soft. Like, we shy away from anything that's going to cause us any type of displeasure. And you see this in life, right? Everything today is so instantaneous. It's so immediate, and I shouldn't have to work hard. That the very idea of working hard for anything starts to become repugnant. And then you can see then what ends up happening is that on the appetitive side, the side that seeks pleasure, usually what happens, and what I think we're seeing in most of our culture, is that then this then becomes the main way that people seek happiness in life. So the intellect goes out, the spirited goes out. The only thing that's left is this uncontrolled appetitive appetite for pleasure. And Aristotle says, we're the worst animals when it comes to food and sex. Like, if we don't like control this with our reason, we're the worst animals when it comes to this. And so, as you said, and what I kind of mentioned in the article, is that then, yeah, we kind of fall into this condition of being fat-souled insofar as like we just seek these pleasures in life, and that's really all our life is about. And it was actually Socrates at the end of his Republic that makes this comparison that even in his age, a lot of people are living a life that's basically indistinguishable from cattle. Their heads down. They're only interested in food and sex, and they don't ever look up. They don't ever want to ascend. They don't ever actually want to look up to what's greater in life. Their head is constantly down. And I do think this is the crisis of our age, is that we just don't believe there's anything worth making a sacrifice for. There's nothing that's true, good, and beautiful enough in life to actually work hard for. And so then we just kind of collapse back into this easy but somewhat subhuman life. Like, we were given virtue, we're given reason, we're given an intellect, we're made in the image of God, but we just use it to live a very plain, soft, safe life.
Yep. I mean, it's yeah. I mean, I almost don't have any. I don't almost have words to really even say much about that, simply because I believe it to be true. I mean, there's so many examples that I have, where there are things that are happening in our world today. It's like, why isn't anybody saying anything about this? Why aren't there more people doing something about this? And
Right.
I think it's because, well, most people just don't care. They just don't care enough, because my little world is I'm fine. I don't need anything else. And so it just, because I see it myself as well. That's where the part that kind of hits home for me is because, yeah, that is true. That there are times where it's just like, I don't want to strive. I don't want to do more. But there's something inside of me that says, yes, you should. Yes, you should do that. In my ministry here at the Catholic radio station, and as well as a deacon, I'm an example for others, that I need to be the one who can be that image of Christ the servant, and to be that person who shows people how to live, how to suffer well, if that's need be, and to accompany people along the way. If I am caught up in this, then I am not much of help to them in how we should live our lives. And I see so many men, especially because of our culture with masculinity, we don't know who we are as men anymore, it seems like.
Correct. Yeah, I think that, one thing to think about is, let's focus on, I think, the people who know something's wrong, but they don't seem to be able to articulate it. And I think this is a particular problem because the mind moves from grammar to logic to rhetoric, right? So first we have to have terms. We have to understand what the terms actually mean. Then we have to know how to apply them before we can actually speak of them and speak well. And so I think a lot of the problems in our culture, particularly our culture, is moving so quickly and it's kind of plummet into depravity that sometimes it's so difficult to even get the language that we need, because your grammar will control your logic. And this is why the world today keeps trying to change the meaning of terms, because they've understood that if they change the meaning of a term, it actually changes our logic. And the easiest way to get people to adopt a philosophy is not to convince them through a syllogism, but it's just to change their grammar. Because if they follow the grammar, they'll naturally follow the logic. And so one of the ways, like just immediately, if you want to start separating yourself from the world, is just not to use their grammar, right? You want a grammar that's actually focused on things that are real, not things that are unreal, and that will help your logic a lot. But I do think that, to your point, I think you alluded to this earlier. I do think that acedia, it really is the sin of our age. In that book I mentioned earlier, The Noonday Devil, that's its basic thesis. And typically, if you think about the exorcism ministry, just kind of as a trope, you kind of have to know the name of the demon before you can exorcise it. And if you don't know the demon you're dealing with, you have a problem. And so I think a lot of the main evils that we face today is because we've lost the grammar to articulate them. And so we can't even name the demon. And I think it's not surprising to me that once you understand what acedia is, you then see it all around you. But it's also one of the most misunderstood sins, right? It's like, oh, it's just like a slothfulness. No, if you understand that it cools the love of the soul, then you really kind of understand that it somewhat becomes this like architectonic sin that has somewhat just structured our entire culture. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. And so I think one of the ways you say, well, how do we start pushing out against this, or how do we get more people to talk about it? I think the first thing is you just got to give them the grammar. You just got to show them, like, this is how we articulate it. This is the parts of the soul. This is who we are, right? Because things like education, culture, politics, these are all downstream from what we think it means to be human.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really helpful if you understand then, like, the structure of the soul. Do you know what the parts of your soul actually seek? It allows you to kind of self-diagnose. And this is kind of helpful just for examination of conscience before you go to confession and things like this. But then it also says, well, our culture is basically, a collection of humans. And so it's nice to understand human nature because you understand the problems we have when we get together. And you can start to kind of diagnose the things around you and help explain them to others and give people the grammar. Because I think the people that are really on my heart is like, yeah, there's a lot of people that are lost in this life of cattle that I think understand that there must be something more to life, but they don't know where to look. But we also have a lot of people in the church who know something's terribly wrong, but don't know how to articulate it. And so it's hard for them then to reach their friends and family for Christ because they don't know exactly what's going on. So I really hope that a lot of these conversations on acedia help give people the grammar, not only for their own interior lives, but also for their conversations with others.
Mm. Yeah, well said. I was just thinking about, what is the prescription that we can write then to be able to help ourselves? What's some advice that you have for our listeners who might want to delve more into this and kind of maybe try and stir something up in them?
Yeah, I think, well, so if you look at the parts of the soul, so if you're looking at the intellect, it helps to read about it. It helps to understand these things. Like I said, The Noonday Devil, which is a book by Abbot Nault, if I remember right. And so it's a wonderful, wonderful text. It's the one that I still remember, like, being halfway through that book and being in my dining room and putting the book down and just walking around my house several times because it clicked. And it was really hard. Like, I had to like process before I could read more. So it's a wonderful book, very well received. It's by Ignatius Press, if I remember correctly. And then I've written a few articles on this. So like I said, The Crisis of Fat-Souled Men. The fat-souled is not a term that's used very often. So if you Google that, it's on the Josias and it pops up, pretty quickly. I also wrote, which might be somewhat confusing, but I wrote an article not too long ago called In Defense of Erotic Love. In Defense of Erotic Love. And the reason I use that term outside of being catchy is because in the Greek, that natural love that we've talked about here today is called eros. That's actually its term is eros. In English, that gets translated a lot of times into the erotic. But if you can see why, if you understand the philosophy, because the erotic usually is always focused on the pleasurable, on sexuality. But one of the things that our forefathers understood is that the love that's seeking wholeness and satisfaction in sexuality is the same love that's trying to seek things that are noble and excellent and trying to seek wisdom and ultimately trying to seek God. And so, to borrow a phrase from Chesterton, the man knocking on the door of the brothel is looking for God. Right? He doesn't understand that the wholeness and satisfaction that he's trying to satiate in sexuality will actually be better satisfied if he ascends, if he goes up, and not a life of cattle, but actually goes and tries to find the higher things of life. And so I wrote that article, which is published with our diocese, the Diocese of Tulsa, In Defense of Erotic Love, mainly pulling from Pope Benedict XVI, when he wrote his encyclical Deus Caritas Est. it didn't really make a huge impact. So I'm not sure people knew what to do with it, but he actually starts off his encyclical with a defense of Eros, with a defense of erotic love, as we originally see in Plato. And so it goes back into the fact that it's hard to understand acedia as a defect if you don't even understand what it's defecting, if that makes sense, right? So like if you don't understand what the love is, what your eros, what your amor, what your natural love is, it's hard then to understand what acedia is doing to your soul. And so I think looking at these things of like, what does it mean to have that natural love? And what does it mean to understand that the love naturally wants to ascend to God through this ladder of love will also really help you. So I think as far as like cultivating the intellect, there's a few resources out there as well. And then obviously prayer, fasting, and almsgiving. These are the ways the church has always told us that we need to configure our souls to Christ. It helps because you say, well, be virtuous, practice the virtues, be prudent, be just, be temperate. Like, great. Well, how do I do that? Prayer, fasting, and almsgiving, they help discipline the soul. And that will kind of, particularly if you have a map of the soul in your head, I think it will greatly help you to then understand, okay, where are my deficiencies? What do I need to focus on? Well, I need more fortitude. I'm afraid to preach the gospel. I'm afraid to say certain things, right? I'm letting the culture put a pall of fear on top of me, or maybe like my pleasurable appetites are out of control. But those kind of things will help you to build that muscle, if you will, that spiritual muscle to, again, climb the ladder of love, towards our Lord Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm. Well, well said. Well said. I think I'll switch gears now since we're kind of getting towards the latter part of our time here together. And that is, the Holy Family Radio is a Catholic radio station. We've been around now for almost 14 years, and which is one of those things where I got involved with it 10 years ago. And so now, maybe actually a little bit longer than that. And it's affected a lot of people's lives in many, many different ways. Catholic radio is kind of I call it a thankless sort of, radio is a thankless sort of thing to be in, because you're sending the signal out. You have no idea who's tuned in, who's taking in what we're providing in a way. And all we're doing is we're the conduit. I tell people that if you want to be involved with evangelization, just sow a seed into our ministry here and we'll do the heavy lifting for you, so to speak. And so I know that the Catholic radio has a presence there in your diocese in the state of Oklahoma. And what are some of the things that they do? And I think before we started, you talked about one of the things that Catholic radio does and has helped in your diocese.
Yeah, I mean, Catholic radio, I think, is incredibly important. We have two major groups in Oklahoma that run our radio stations. And we've just seen a lot of fruit. I like what you said about sometimes it's a thankless ministry because you're just kind of sending out the signal. But in a lot of ways, I think that also precipitates a lot of very beautiful stories. And so a lot of things that I've seen, because the individual who used to run, or who does run our radio station, used to work at our chancery as well. And so during that time period, I was able to see a lot of the letters that are sent in about people who honestly were just searchers. They're looking, right? Like we talked about earlier, right? Their love is seeking for something greater and higher to satiate in. And they would have these wonderful letters of people who never would probably darken the door of a Catholic church. They don't even know a Catholic. In Oklahoma, we're 4% of the population. You gotta do some work to run into a Catholic around here. But they'll run into our radio station and they'll find truth. They'll find things that are good. They'll find things that are beautiful, and they'll kind of write this in. And one of the kind of particular things that we've seen as far as the population that's been really well served is we've done an intentional effort to try and get our Catholic radio near our prisons, because we've seen just a lot of benefit of the prisoners then writing us letters that this has really helped them. And so we kind of saw this kind of happened accidentally at first. And then once we saw like, oh, wait, this is a huge ministry, then our prison ministry kind of partnered with our Catholic radio and has really been helping to try and make sure that these guys can get access to our Catholic radio. And we're seeing a lot of lives turn over. Our bishop actually will go in the prisons and do the baptisms and confirmations, et cetera, around Easter. And the photos out of that are just amazing and beautiful, right? Mm-hmm. And so I think Catholic radio has a way of stepping into people's lives in ways that we just don't know, right? I mean, it really is like just a present signal of sending out things that are true, good, and beautiful. And it's amazing what Providence can then use that for.
Mm. Yeah, well said. Yeah, I agree. We get letters all the time where you've got married couples where one's not Catholic and the other is, and Catholic radio being on in the car kind of helps them to in a sense, passively, introduce some things, and next thing the other ones, joining the church, they're in RCIA, people have come back to the church. There are lots of great stories out there. So it's good to hear, some of those testimonies now and then. Now, I'm sure this is not related to Catholic radio, but one thing that I discovered along the way is that you're actually a convert. Well, what's the story with that?
Yeah, I grew up Protestant. I grew up Protestant here in Oklahoma, and so I was kind of charismatic, Methodist, non-denominational. It's a blur out here. It's very much a blur. And so I don't really think I knew many Catholics growing up. Again, we're a very small part of the population. And so in my undergrad, I was studying theology at a Protestant university, and we were studying faith and reason. So the relationship between faith and reason. And this was at a time, if you remember, the militant atheists were really popular, Hitchens and Dawkins and things like this. And so reason was just empirical. Like, can you measure it? Can you put it in a beaker? Like, that's true reason. And then on the other side, some of the Protestant groups that I was raised in were what we would call fideistic, right? It's faith alone. So faith has to conquer the intellect. Like, stop asking questions. There's no philosophy. Don't think through this. Like, you just believe and power through. And so I was always uncomfortable with this, but I didn't have the answers. Again, going back to, like, if you don't have the grammar, it's hard to have the logic. And so I remember we read the opening of Pope John Paul II's Fiat et Ratio, right? That the faith and reason are two wings upon which the human spirit rises to God. And that was the first time in my life that someone had told me that faith and reason could be in harmony with one another. And so that was the original hook. It still took me like 4 years of searching, and Catholicism was very theoretical to me. And I ended up going to Ave Maria University for graduate work in theology, and came into the church at their little oratory the first year that I was there, and actually went in with the girl I was dating now, who's now my wife. We both entered the church at the same time. And she, during our undergrad, had been working for an orphanage in Haiti. And so what really drew her to the faith was the church understands how to treat a human being. The church understands how to actually go into a country and do proper missions that help start building up infrastructure to help a country rise out of poverty. And so that was like her hook. And so our conversations then kind of complemented one another as we kind of went through this journey together. And so, we entered the church at Ave Maria, and then I ended up going to law school back here in Tulsa. And our previous bishop, Bishop Slattery, hired me after the bar exam. And I have a very patient wife. And so while I was going through law school, I also joined the diaconate program because I'm somewhat younger for the permanent diaconate. I was ordained at 34. So our diocese is open to younger men joining a diaconate. And so I overlapped, I think, my first year of the diaconate program with my last year of law school, because apparently I just enjoy punishment and my wife is very patient. And so, but it worked. And so then I was ordained. See, this is my third year, I think, in the diaconate. So, God's providence, looking forward or looking back at my life and thinking that, I would one day be serving as a lawyer in-house for a diocese, working with the bishop on a daily basis as a deacon. It's just, you have to have faith in God, because you just really don't know what providence has in store.
Amen. That's right. You probably would joke around to say you didn't have that on your bingo card, did you?
I did not. No, not at all.
Nope. And that's the fun part about God's providence and his will for us in our lives. We just need to be obedient to that as we go through. I've been a deacon now for, it'll be 6.5 years. And so it's been marvelous. It's been a great thing for me. And this Catholic radio station was a key part of it. In terms of my story, learning the faith, and it kind of combines the thing. And I've always looked for work that I loved. There's so many things. I'm good at a lot of stuff and I can do things, but I didn't love it. And so this I love doing. I've not worked a day since I've joined and been a part of this, even though this is only part-time work. I wish it was full-time, but it's not. But in any event, last thing I want to wrap up with is something that was very interesting, which is Catholic education. And the diocese there formed a virtual school that is unique. And so why don't you tell the story about this?
Yeah, so thank you for the opportunity. So we have launched St. Isidore's. It is a Catholic charter school. that is virtual. And so we are the first religious charter school in the country. And so, if you're unfamiliar, right, the charter schools is basically when the state contracts out with a group and then the state pays that group then to run a school. So it is, a lot of times this has not been open to religious groups. And so we have very much, I think, with the blessing of the bishops and the Catholic community, come in and said, no, I mean, this is something that we can offer the state, right? The state has a right to contract with religious groups, and religious groups have a right to be open and available for those contracts and not to be precluded from them. And then we offer a significant benefit back to the state, right? We're educating children, particularly children in rural Oklahoma. Oklahoma is a very rural state. And so, for instance, for us, like we mainly have Tulsa and then a few cities that are around 30,000. And then you're going into small towns. The town that I live by is 2,500 people. And so we can bring Catholic education to no tuition at all to the families because it's covered by the state in a virtual way. And so we're bringing this like very significant benefit to the children and families in Oklahoma. And I'm very happy for our governor, very happy and grateful towards our superintendent of education for the state as well, who opened these doors for us. Unfortunately, not everyone's excited about this opportunity. So we are dealing with several lawsuits in which we're having to defend our right to actually participate in a program like this. But you can also look at it as the fact the state, particularly in Oklahoma, it's contracted out with the Baptists historically to run children's homes. The state has contracted out heavily with Catholic groups to run hospitals. 2/3 of our private hospitals here in Tulsa are ran by Catholics. Even though we're a small part of the population, we have a somewhat disproportionate institutional structure just because of our history and who came here. And so I think that we're very much leading the way by showing that we can help families in Oklahoma. And hopefully, as things rule in our favor, then we'll be able to not only help children here in Oklahoma, but then it's become a template for other places.
Wonderful. Yeah. When I looked into that, I saw that there was no tuition. I thought, how is that possible? What are they doing? How are they doing that? And then I kind of read into it a little bit more and saw that there's been opposition. And like you said, like earlier, it's both from the left and the right, right?
It is. We're being sued by both the left and the right on separation of church and state grounds, just because I think people have a truncated understanding of how the church can partner with the state for the benefit of the residents in that state. Mm-hmm. And also, it's not just for Catholic kids. I mean, our St. Isidore's is fully open to non-Catholics as well. And obviously, we welcome them to come and to be educated well and to learn about Jesus Christ. And so, no, I think there's a significant benefit that we can bring here, particularly to rural Oklahoma. We also have a special needs program, which I think then if like you're a special needs student and you're in rural Oklahoma, like this is going to be a whole new opportunity for you. And so, no, there's many good things here, but as we talked about earlier, you have to be spirited. And if you're going to do great and noble things, then you have to have the virtue of fortitude. And so, I'm just the lowly attorney, and I serve on the board as well. And so I'm mainly very grateful to our archbishop and to our local bishop here in Tulsa. We have 2 dioceses in Oklahoma who had the vision and also the fortitude to do this and to say, no, we should have a right to sit at the table and to help children.
Wonderful. Well, I tell you what, thank you. Good luck with that. And hopefully, are you able, while these lawsuits are going on, are you able to hold the school year coming up?
Right now, as of us recording this, the answer is yes. And so we have 170 children who are enrolled. We plan to open in the fall. We do have a pending, we had a hearing, and so we have a pending ruling from our Oklahoma Supreme Court currently on whether or not we'll be able to operate while the litigation is playing out. So please keep us in your prayers as we try and kind of pioneer a real way, I think, to help families.
Yeah. Well, wonderful. Well, I want to thank you so much, Deacon Harrison Garlick, for joining us here for the Spring Spirit Drive. It's been a wonderful conversation. I really hope that a lot of people learn something new and can look into a little bit more about the virtues in acedia as we talked about here today. How can folks, follow you, get to know you a little bit more, and find some of your work?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. So you can find me on X or Twitter. I'm on there under my own name, Deacon Harrison Garlick. And also Ascend the Great Books podcast is also on X. We have a website, thegreatbookspodcast.com. And we also have a YouTube page for Ascend the Great Books podcast. So any of those places would be a good place to start. And I appreciate the opportunity, and I appreciate you having me on.
All right. Thank you so much. Once again, that's Deacon Harrison Garlick. He's the Chancellor in-house counsel at the Diocese of Tulsa in Eastern Oklahoma. We'll be back with more guests after this break. Thank you so much for listening to Holy Family Radio. Make sure you call 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. You can go online to our website at holyfamilyradio.fm and make your donation there today. We'll be back right after this. And now next here on the Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio, we've got a guest joining us who should be no stranger to And welcome back here to Holy Family Radio in the studio. Deacon Jeff Compton along with Kim Schrader. coming up to the last couple of hours here on the Spring Spirit Drive, where we ask you to offer your best gift to keep Holy Family Radio on the air for another year. It's an important ministry that we do, and we just talked, replayed the interview I did with Deacon Garlic, and he talks about how Catholic Radio does reach out to so many people and testimonials, and especially like in the prisons. They use Catholic Radio to encounter those guys. We've talked about the fact that sometimes radio is kind of like one of those private things, right? It's just in the air and you can listen to it by yourself and no one can judge you for that. And it can really bring a lot of peace. Whatever is good, beautiful, and true is going to resonate with the heart. So 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. HolyFamilyRadio.fm is where you could go to online to pledge and donate via credit card or bank transfer, however you want to set that up, lump sum, one time, or recurring monthly donation. We encourage monthly donations, as that is a way for us to plan a steady stream of income each and every month to make sure that we can do the things that we need to do. I also want to mention, by the way, as we get through here, we do have a donor that provided some matching funds. All right. We have $2,000 in a matching fund. All right. So they're going to donate $2,000, but we need to have $2,000 in accompanying and matching donations so that we can ensure that we get the full $2,000, because they're going to match up to $2,000. So if you have been waiting and think that your $25 isn't that much, well, that 25 becomes 50. Your 50 becomes 100, and 100 becomes 200. It just keeps on going from there. So whatever you can provide or offer is going to be doubled dollar for dollar starting right now. So call 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. I encourage those who are watching via live stream on Facebook or YouTube or on X, formerly Twitter, I encourage you to tap and go to the website, holyfamilyradio.fm, and make your pledge or donation right now. So, Kim, what do you have for us right now?
Well, we have generously received a box of a couple dozen books, I think.
Yes.
I think that's about the amount that we'd like to offer to anyone who calls to make, and it's yours for the asking. So if you call 888-287-0655. You can ask for this book. It's a great resource for parents and grandparents. It's called 77 Ways to Pray with Your Kids. And it's got lots of short, quick, easy reads here to give you ideas on how to pray with your kids or your grandkids. So give us a call. It's yours for the asking. We'd love if you made a donation as well, but if you're not in a position to do that, give us a call and ask for the book anyway. 888-287-0655. The book is 77 Ways to Pray with Your Kids by Jerry Winlet Daoust. I think if I'm saying that right. Daoust?
Sure.
Yeah.
Close enough.
Daoust.
Yeah, that works for me.
Yeah.
So,
good.
So what's that again? It's 77?
It's 77 Ways to Pray with Your Kids
or
grandkids, and has lots of great tips or ideas in there.
Yeah, it looks like every other page has another thing that you can do. It's an idea, right? And don't we all need some ideas now and then?
Yeah.
Something new to think about. So there you go.
Yep.
Oh, see, your name's not Allison, though.
No, that's okay. You're just working on getting things ready.
I'm working on trying to get, yes, there you go. 77 Ways to Pray with Your Kids.
Mm-hmm.
That is free to anybody who calls while we still have them.
Yes.
All right?
Yeah.
Prefer you make a donation. $5 is all it takes. All right? And we'll make sure that a copy of that book gets to you. 888-287-0655. So I'm going to have you introduce our guest while I try and get the graphic ready.
Fantastic. Yes, you're busy behind the curtain there trying to handle everything. So we are pleased to welcome in studio, I was going to say our last guest, but it's not our last guest of the Spirit Drive. But we're getting there. We're in the afternoon, and we are welcoming Kevin Jory. Am I saying that correctly? Okay, Kevin Jory, who is the director of the Office of Life and Justice for the Diocese of Toledo. Deacon Mike, do you want Deacon Jim? Your name is Deacon Jim.
No.
Jeff, I need more caffeine. Wow. What, do you have his mic on? You wanted me to bring him in, but we don't have his mic on. There we go. All right.
Hey, I'm happy to be here. This place is amazing. This is a great day. The sun is shining, and you guys are just, coasting right now on the marathon that is the Spring Spirit Drive. So God bless you guys.
I can't keep people's names straight. I can't.
You
put
got
two
my name
words
right
together.
That was
But
great.
yeah. Well, we always invite people when we mess up to have a good laugh at our expense. We don't mind whatsoever. So if we're giving you a little comic relief while you're driving in your car or you're watching on YouTube or X or Facebook, by all means, have a good laugh at our expense. But we are here not to talk about us, but to talk about you and your ministry and what you have going. Should I call you Kevin?
Kevin is perfect.
Okay.
Yes.
So why don't you introduce yourself to our listeners? Where are
Absolutely.
you from and how you got into this position?
Born and raised Bowling Green, Ohio, so not too far away from here. I was baptized Methodist. But we were, I think people call them Creasters, where you go to Christmas and Easter services. So, much to the dismay of my mom, me, my two brothers, and my dad, we just did not want to wake up early, to go to church or to go to Sunday school too. So we pretty much just stopped going. And I think your last guest was talking about, the new atheists were really popular when he was growing up. Same thing for me as well. So it was not cool to be a Christian, and it was really not cool to honestly care about anything. And so I think part of that is we have a lot of moral relativism, but also just despair. You see despair all throughout the world. That's one of the reasons why I love coming to Putnam County, because you guys are just like full of joy and love and charity. Like you care about people and you try to take care of each other. But yeah, my family, believed that as well. And that's how I grew up, just kind of getting instilled with those values. But I mean, honestly, I couldn't articulate it. I couldn't point to, this is the purpose or this is the meaning of life. Here's my mission. It took a lot of wandering around before I really got to a place where we could, my beautiful wife is here. I'm so blessed, and it just took a long time to get here. And I wish it didn't take that long, but God provides in so many ways. And so, would I change anything? I think I would, but that's Kevin talking. That's not God talking. So, God works throughout all of this. But honestly, so my wife and I, we just celebrated our 3rd year of being Catholic. So we're now going into year 4. I've been in this position for just a little over 2 years now. So you can kind of see, we jump in the deep end and, we can't swim, but, God kind of helps us flap our arms a little bit. But honestly, it was just the community. Like, we've got such a great Catholic community in Northwest Ohio. I mentioned before the show, Nick Delatorre. Grew up playing music with Nick. I was always a drummer. I loved drumming since I was, 5 years old. And my oldest brother, Eric, who's 10 years older, was a left-handed drummer. So I grew up a right-handed person playing a left-handed drum set. And really, I mean, God gives us those gifts to kind of, work us out, to help us work out, salvation a little bit, but he's the one that gives that to us. So he was leading the whole time. And, I was in death metal bands. I was, blast beats away. I still play, in local bands, but it's, nothing quite like that. But I was in a metal band with Nick as well. And I think one of those first shows is when my wife's parents came to meet me for one of the first times as well. So, I mean, God's got a wonderful sense of humor. Just the fact that, he's giving us the graces to do what we're doing right now. It's not us doing these things. And especially in the pro-life movement, a lot of people, you can kind of just see the weight of the ministry kind of weighing down on them. But you can also quickly see the people that, at least try to give it all to God. I think Allison Stump is a beautiful representation of that. She was on, I think, at 8 a.m. this morning. Mm-hmm. You can just see the joy, right? That's what's so attractive about our faith is that, I mean, if you are honestly trying to live it out, it's not something where it's a burden, right? I mean, Jesus takes the burden from us, and it's just, his burden is light and easy, right? And so we're just kind of going along for the ride. We're on the journey, and that's how I'm here with you. I mean, I could say a lot more if you want to dig into that, but I mean, I used to be pro-abortion. I used to be completely on the other side of all of our values, but that's part of the culture of death. And, I've changed my views a lot by the grace of God, but I mean, we're trying to instill the culture of life in our diocese, everyone we talk to, and there's so much beauty in the world. If we could just focus more on the truth, the goodness, the beauty, our world would just be a lot better equipped.
So I'm curious, you fallen away Methodist, it sounds like. What drew you to the Catholic Church?
The truth. And I could say a lot more about my preferences or, the beauty. Well, that's not, I mean, there's some just intangibles that are with beauty. But, I realized at a certain point, probably about 6 to 7 years ago, that God was real, which flew in the face of my, my high school kind of upbringing when you're formulating a lot of your, kind of viewpoints that last a long time, usually a lifetime. But I made a decision. And I just said, I want a strong family. I'd been dating, so my wife and I, we are high school sweethearts. We started dating when we were 17. God bless her. Please pray for her. She could definitely use your prayers. But so we dated for 10 years before we got married. So you can just see right there. There's a big journey in those 10 years. God was with us the whole time. She was raised a great Lutheran girl, always went to church, parents very involved with their church. So, I mean, she was kind of my godsend to make sure that I still was connected to God in some way. And throughout those 10 years, helped to get me to where I honestly, I am now as well. So there's a whole journey there, right? So I was like, okay, I see the value in Christianity, right? Okay, morals are good. I was raised in a family with 2 parents, so was she. We're very blessed because, outside of Putnam County, most of the places don't really have that. So that was just a blessing in and of itself. But when you start asking those deeper questions, I mean, you can only play video games in your parents' basement for so long before you're like, man, am I going to be doing this for the next 50 years? Like, that's kind of a shallow life to live. And so, I wanted a strong family. What does that look like? When you start asking those questions, it develops an aim in your life too. And what you aim at is kind of, Jordan Peterson was kind of like a big help in my conversion. What you aim at kind of determines how the world expresses itself to you, right? So if, I have an aim, I want a strong family, well, there's certain intangible things that just naturally lead to a good family, like a mom and a dad, right? Like stable income, just like the very bare necessities that you need to get by. And so when you start looking at that, and another question I asked is, who are good examples of that? Men need good examples, right? We need mentors, especially our young men today. There's a lot of just despair and just lost. So I started looking at, who embodies what I'm looking for. And that just was, men at church. I had no idea what denominations were. Like I had no idea. I didn't know Lutheranism, Calvinism, from all of this stuff, right? So I was just honestly seeking. When you seek, you will find. Like it's just absolutely so true. So
you started searching the different denominations and
not even that. So my wife was Lutheran, Methodist. I didn't know what any of that meant, what the theological differences were. We lived in Waterville, so we just started going to the local Lutheran church in Waterville. The youth pastor found out that I was a drummer. So again, I start drumming in their praise and worship band. And he's like, oh, you should join our Bible study group. Start going through the book of Matthew. Start, a little bit of mentorship. And honestly, those are great guys. I'm still friends with them too. I, pray for their conversion, obviously. But you see this in a lot of Protestant churches because it's just kind of the nature of it. But there is a split in that church, right? And people kind of went 2 different ways based on what the Lutheran Church's authority structure determined. And it was actually a very interesting thing about immigration, which there's a lot of immigration talks now. And so they have their bishops, which I had no idea they had bishops. Who are these bishops to tell me, I'm so smart, right? I should be able to determine this stuff by myself. But they made a determination in terms of they were going to be sanctuary churches, and which meant that they were just going to welcome everyone and they weren't going to ask for immigration papers or whatever. And I was just like, don't we do that already? Like, who shows up to a church and they're like, prove your citizenship status, otherwise we won't help you, right? And so, I do think we should have a strong border, and I do think we should love and respect our neighbors, right? And the Catholic Church just has, such a beautiful, they have principles with this, and then how we apply them is, kind of up to us. But, I mean, who does that? So they made this determination. It was obviously political because this was a few years ago, and that just started my searching. So I start going through Lutherans' the Catechism, and this is the ELCA branch of Lutheranism, Evangelical Lutheran Church in America. It's the biggest one. There's about 5 to 6 million in the country. A lot here in Ohio because we're very German. I'm almost 100% German, and so you kind of see these things. And I had already become pro-life, even while I was still not even believing in God. So for some reason, I knew that, humans had inherent worth and dignity, and that, life begins at conception, at fertilization. We need to respect and care and love for each life. I looked in their catechism and it just said, we frown on it, but, it's not absolutely bad or any of those things. That's a hard line, because once you know that the life in the womb is a beautiful, human, regardless of, if it has disabilities, if it's missing a limb, if it's this or if it's that, we all have that inherent worth because we're all made in the image and likeness of God. If you go against that, what else could you possibly stand for? And so I started asking those questions. And so it's all these questions.
At this point, did you have any idea that you might end up Catholic?
So this was the summer of 2019, and I mentioned Nick Della Torre before, a great friend. I had other Catholic friends because I played music with them. I played at the cathedral. I played drums at the cathedral, which, looking back now that I know, the holy sacrifice of the Mass, Jesus, his sacrifice on the altar in remission for our sins. I don't think I would ever play drums in a beautiful cathedral ever again. I love praise and worship music. I just wouldn't do it there. But I had this great community, like I mentioned before. So at the exact same time that we were having our Bible study with the Lutherans, 7:30 a.m. on a Tuesday, that's kind of the bread and butter of men's groups. 7:30 a.m. on Tuesdays was a catechism group that Nick Della Torre was at, Peter Range was at, and a bunch of other really great Catholic men, where I just, was like, okay, I'm going to come here, I'm going to ask all these tough questions, they're going to have no answers, right? They were the most basic questions. They were so easy. And all of these people with theology degrees who just are like great Catholic men who, are great representations of what a husband, of what a father should be. And so when you surround yourself with good people, it becomes so much easier to live out the faith because you've got those examples. And men are, at least, we're such visual creatures. If I can just see someone live out their life, I mean, I love diving into theology, church history, but if you can see someone authentically living out their faith, I don't need to study all of that. I can just look at you and say, are you living out your faith? What does that look like tangibly? And it's, like I said, it's very attractive, and people want that. People are yearning for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that power of example, of witness, sounds like it was really critical.
It really was.
Yeah. So fast forward a few years then, and you do find yourself in the Catholic Church.
Oh yeah. So within a month of that, I dove into, Trent Horn, which we'll talk about maybe, a little bit later. But Pints with Aquinas, Matt Fradd, a bunch of these different great Catholic apologists, Catholic radio like this literally is saving souls, right? And so I'm ready to become Catholic. My wife was raised, not Catholic, Lutheran. She was nothing was wrong in the Lutheran world in her eyes, and so she was not ready then. We joined RCA, but left, and we journeyed through the next year. Now this is a very interesting year because it's 2020, and a lot of the churches got shut down. And so we still, we kept going. We found churches. We just kept journeying, not receiving the Holy Eucharist all throughout that time. When you go to a Catholic church for a year and a half, and you don't receive what you know to be the body, blood, soul, and divinity of our Lord, that yearning just increases. And then by the time we became Catholic on Easter of 2021, I mean, just the contentment, the fulfillment that you just feel in your heart and your soul is just amazing, right? And that's why it's so sad to know, as a convert, you talked to a lot of converts. Allison was a revert that we mentioned earlier. A couple people in our office are converts. And it's sad to a certain extent that it feels like we're coming into a church where, however many, 3/4 of the Catholics don't believe in the body, blood, soul, and divinity of Jesus in the Eucharist. And you're just like, oh man, we've got a lot of work to do, right? Mm-hmm. So, I mean, it's kind of funny because, we're in the Respect Life office, but it almost feels like we're just trying to evangelize the Catholic faith everywhere that we go. We're in Toledo, we're in Mansfield, Norwalk, Lima. We go all over the place, and we're just trying to stir up, that desire for the faith amongst everybody. And something is changing, because I don't know if do you guys feel this, where there's something changing in our culture? It's so dark that people know there has to be something more. I even just read today that Russell Brand, this famous kind of crude comedian, he's getting baptized this Sunday. He's been advocating for praying the rosary. Jordan Peterson, I mentioned before, his wife just converted to Catholicism, and her experience with Mary has just been, just life-changing. And so there's all of these very public figures that are starting to change, and I'm so excited for the future. What do you guys think about that?
Well, yeah, I am encouraged. I'm encouraged by that as well, because I was going to mention that at some point too, but because these people who are in very public positions, Candace Owens is another one who has recently joined the church. There are a few others, and so you would think that is countercultural to what is really happening, because you see so many people who try to speak their minds on certain things that they have to end up apologizing. I didn't really mean this. They don't really have the freedom to speak some of the things that they believe to be true. But here you have people that are publicly going and joining the Catholic Church, which is the ultimate, you would think, the bugaboo, right, for their careers or something like that. But I think when you ultimately know you have what's good, beautiful, and true, and you come home, there's nothing else like it, that it shouldn't matter what everybody else thinks. Right? Amen.
And it was actually, you mentioned, it's this big authority, right? And everyone, especially our culture, views authority in such a negative manner. Yeah. Again, Jordan Peterson, really talks about hierarchy, and there's corrupt hierarchy, but there's also really good, true, and beautiful, competent hierarchies. I mean, one of those would be just the family unit, right? Holy Family Radio. But just think, the actual Holy Family, St. Joseph, Mary, Mother of Jesus, and then Jesus the child, trying to mirror, that just innate hierarchy and order and authority that there is, right? I've just been, praying through the rosary and the joyful mysteries. I always just think of the very last one, finding the child Jesus in the temple. I just think how interesting that is. And, if you try to put yourself in the place of Joseph and Mary, oh my gosh, I knew this was God, and I literally lost God. And, Jesus is in the temple, like, didn't you think I'd be in my Father's house? Obviously, right? I'm sure he didn't say it like that, sarcastic. Of course, he's the best man ever.
The 12 AD version of duh.
Duh, right? Didn't you guys know? And then I forget the exact thing, but, then Jesus goes with Joseph and Mary obediently. And this is God, the creator of the universe, recognizing this hierarchy. And even, the mystery right before that, the presentation, one of the fruits of that is obedience. And so, just the authority of the church, the Pope, when you start going through how our church, the church fathers viewed this, and for the first 1,000 years before the split with, the Eastern Church, we really had the Pope and everyone agreed. Then there was, that first split, and then 500 years later, we've got the Protestant Reformation or rebellion. And I just think we are yearning for that authentic authority. There's been so many corrupt authorities that were kind of poisoned against it. But I really think if we can mirror, and we're talking about good men especially, right? If we can mirror that good, competent authority that is to sacrifice, that's what servant leadership is all about. It's sacrificing for those around you. And greater love has no man than this, that he should sacrifice himself for his friends. That is authentic hierarchy, leadership. And we're trying to do that at Catholic Charities. You guys are doing that here. We try to do that within our own families. How do we show this culture that is so poisoned against authority what good authority actually looks like?
Yeah. So talk about what your work there is at the Respect for Life office then,
Oh, goodness.
It's a lot. It's a big responsibility.
Yeah.
So let us know what that is, what that means.
Yeah. And a lot of times when we start talking through what we actually do, I always feel like a heaviness come upon the room. And so if you hear me trying to be like double joyful, it's only to combat, because we deal with dark things, right? And there's a lot of darkness in this world. Jesus is the light. So we always reflect back on what Jesus is, who he is, and what he's done for us. Having said that, one of the things that just really, is one of my missions is to try and get rid of abortion. And so abortion, if you're listening to this and, you have experienced an abortion, just know that, you are loved. Jesus died for you, and he died for your sins as well. So that love, that mercy that Jesus has for you, I just want you to know that doesn't go anywhere. We all sin. We all fall short of the glory of God. But like, if you repent, and believe in the gospel, which is Jesus's death, resurrection for us, for our sins, he is here for you. But just to define abortion even further than that, so, hopefully you're still with me here. Abortion's the direct intentional killing of an innocent, unborn, preborn child. And so when we know that, when that's our definition, direct, intentional, most people think of abortion as you're just removing a baby clump of cells. They wouldn't even use the actual humanizing term of baby. We try to dehumanize everything right now, and we're actually starting some battles with euthanasia and things as extreme as human composting, which is legal in 9 states. They have it in Canada as well. If you look at Canada, just look at Canada and just be like, okay, in 5 to 10 years, that's the United States if we don't do something about it, right? And so that's what we're doing. So, everything hinges upon respect for the individual, but also as a part of families as well, because the family unit is the basic cell of society. There's so much I could say to that, because our culture there's one extreme, which is very individualistic, you would say, and I would even say a lot of libertarian thought is kind of along there, which, hey, I've got some libertarian leanings, right? I'm not throwing any hate over there. Then you have another section which is very like group dynamic, and it hates the individual almost, right? We sacrifice the individual for the group. There's a Catholic perspective, which is Pope John Paul II talks about this with, the family unit being the essential cell. When we divide that family cell, that the most basic cell of society, we start seeing breakdowns in society. And so when you tell a mom that she has to sacrifice her child in order to pursue her dreams of, a career, education, so she can go on vacation, that was literally a mom left her 2-year-old unattended to go on vacation. It was some tropical area. I
saw
forget
that
where.
on the news.
And she got sentenced, for murder, because a mom and a baby, there's a spiritual tie. It's not just a civil tie. We get brought down in these atheistic terms. All of this has a spiritual basis. When you realize that, it just, you can kind of breathe deep and breathe in that reality, because it's such a beautiful reality when it's fully realized. But it's not right now, because there's that division. And when we pray outside the abortion center, you see that divide between the mom and the baby. And we actually, praise God, we just had one of our sidewalk advocate volunteers speak with a mom. She chose life. It was 2 days ago. And just imagine this. So I'm going to tell a bunch of stories throughout, because there's too many stories not to tell.
Stories are powerful. That's good.
There is this mom who is mentally disabled. She shows up and her guardian is driving her there. And it's this mentally disabled mom that she is pregnant. And the guardian is trying to take care of a problem, right? She's like, okay, I have a responsibility. I am the guardian. This is a bad thing, so I need to provide for her. How do we take care of the problem? Well, we remove the problem, right? And so she shows up, and praise God, I don't know if the abortionists had just slept in, but they were a little bit late getting there. And so, this mom and guardian show up, park in the parking lot that Foundation for Life owns, which is such a gift. So we're in that parking lot, and our advocate, Joan, just rolls down her window, because she's just waiting to see when the abortion center opens so she could tell us so we can go out and pray. And she just says, hey, how are you guys doing this morning? And just opens that up, sees them as a human being, right? And just starts talking, hey, what's going on? Like, why are you guys here? And starts, talking about it. And the guardian, you could just tell, was the one pushing for this, right? And the mom just starts crying, because there's that connection. I mean, God has created our bodies in such a way that, a mom gets to provide and literally create new life through a man. Like, just the love of a man and woman coming together literally creates new life. And so they still end up going into the abortion center. It turns out that she was 6 months pregnant. And so maybe this is, a more of a political thing I could say here. The November issue 1 did change our Constitution to legalize abortion throughout all 9 months of pregnancy for any reason. However, it hasn't worked its way through the legislature. Praise God. So we still have, it's at about 22 weeks right now in Ohio. So past that, we can still say, no, you can't get an abortion, right? And so had that not been the case, this 6-month-old baby in this mother's womb would have been, and I hate to say any other terms, but you have to know this, would have been literally ripped limb from limb in order to be removed, because you cannot just remove a baby. A baby that big has to be literally dismembered in order to remove it. And so you're still delivering the baby. It's just you're directly and intentionally killing the baby in such a horrendous manner that dehumanizes it and then removes it from, the mom's womb, traumatizing the mom. Because just imagine that. Your body has prepared you to be pregnant and is now preparing to nurse the child. You're having all these hormones, emotions, all these things, and it's so awful. So that's why I start with the mercy, with our Project Rachel ministry. Kirsten Packa heads up our Project Rachel ministry, and she meets with moms that have gone through this, right? And maybe you were pressured into it, maybe you willingly did it. Either way, we're here to help guide you through that, and not to condemn or to judge or anything, but we love you as a child of God as well. And so, we are there for you no matter what, just like God is there for us no matter what we do. And so I started with, there's a lot of heaviness with these sorts of topics, but when we start shedding light on them, if people actually know the reality of what abortion is, people can actually now come out against it and say, hey, this is wrong. Like, I don't care whatever atheistic moral relativism, you're engaged in. Everyone knows that is wrong. We should not be doing that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's just one. So Project Rachel, that's one. Our sidewalk advocacy. We've got Veronica LaGuire. How blessed are we that we can pay someone part-time to always be there when the abortion center is open? Praise God. We have such a blessed office. So there's two. You already met Allison Stump. Go back and watch her interview after the Spring Spirit Drive is over, and you can kind of just see everyone is just kind of coming together. And then we have a couple volunteer coordinators. So Peter Range's wife, Laura Range, she helps lead our volunteer ministry called the Zelly Ministry, and that walks with families that have experienced miscarriage. Saint Zelly. lost a couple children after they were born, and she was just really tied to them too. So Laura, having experienced a miscarriage, really tries to meet women and families where they're at. So we have these beautiful care packages that we mail out to families, and then Laura is available for coffee or for a phone call to let you know that God loves your baby. He is providing for you, and there's a way through this too. And then the other one is our Joseph ministry. A lot of people think about Project Rachel, and it's supposed to care for men and women, but men and women are very different. They process grief very differently, and we were realizing that. And so Kirsten's husband, Tyler, is leading our volunteer effort, the Joseph Ministry. There is not a lot nationally to help men that have experienced an abortion, because their experience is so different from a woman's, in that did they not want the abortion, but they didn't have a say in it, and she went and had the abortion anyways? Did he pressure her to say, let's go take care of this problem? Did he drive her there thinking that he was being supportive? There's all of these very complicated nuances that Tyler gets to walk through, because, I mentioned Laura had experienced a miscarriage. Tyler and Kirsten have also gone through an abortion and have, experienced healing and love as well. They're both also converts. So you can kind of see, when you just get good people together, good things kind of just naturally happen. And I really love being a part of a team, always too. And I am the boss, but I look at it more of like servant leadership. I get to serve them and equip them and give them the tools they need to actually serve everyone in our diocese. Saint Therese of Lisieux has this great quote I just love. She said, "Those who occupy important positions must be the most zealous to become the servants of all. And if we hold some authority, we must remember that it's been given not to honor us, but for the service of others. And I have to give an account at the end of time to God for everything I did and didn't do in this position." So I always think of that anytime I'm interacting with them or others too, because I want to give of myself for this community, and just, I want to take on, just like Jesus took on all of our sins. He was on the cross. We've all got our crosses that we have to bear. So let's pick up our crosses and bear them, with the power of Jesus and the Holy Spirit and God the Father, because there's honor and there's dignity and there's glory in all of that. And there's just such a masculine, I don't know, it just resonates with me. Do you feel that too, Deacon?
Yeah, I do. I do definitely feel that. And it is, in some ways I see that men don't know really how to be men right now, right? We're unsure of our role. And we've talked a couple of times about the sin of acedia, which is this cooling of what it means to be fully human and to ascend to greatness. We're all called to greatness in one way, shape, or form. And what better way to ascend than to be responsible for another new life? And you got to be able to protect that. You have to understand what your responsibility is, and that seems to be lacking a lot today, for sure.
Do you think there's so much conversation about rights, rights? This type of right, and I have the right to healthcare, and the right to this, and the right to that. We have all of these rights, but there's no corresponding responsibility. Yeah. And I almost think, the Statue of Liberty. I forget who said this. I am stealing this, but I forget from who. It would be, great. We have on the East Coast the Statue of Liberty. We should have the Statue of Responsibility on the West Coast, just to kind of balance us out, because, we're talking about families. I mean, a man has a responsibility to his wife and to his children. And, the mom has a responsibility to the husband and then also to her children. And the children have a responsibility to the mom and dad. All of this is right in the Catechism. This isn't me. Just go read the Catechism, right? It's an amazing document. But we have all of these responsibilities in a more grandiose type of way too. We have a responsibility to our community. And this is where that individualistic and then the more communal group kind of think, they kind of come together in the Christian ethos, in that we should care about everybody. There's prudent ways to do this, and we should try to provide in as far as we are able for our community. Part of that is donating to, the Spring Spirit Drive here at Holy Family Radio. If this is something that has made an impact in your life, please go to, is it holyfamilyradio.fm?
That's correct.
Go there, donate. We need to be supporting these local efforts. In a similar way, if you have any gaps that you are seeing in your parish community, instead of, watching this news organization or that news organization, maybe you talk to your priest and you say, hey, Father, I have these skills or these gifts, this is what God has blessed me with. How can I apply these to our local parish? And, the three rungs on the ladder of Catholic social teaching, one of them is subsidiarity, which is just, problems that arise at the local level should be handled, at least tried to be handled first at the local level. So, a higher level like the state coming in, Putnam County, if Putnam County can take care of it, actually does a disservice against Putnam County. If Putnam County can take care of something, you guys can take care of a lot. There's other communities that, we have, I would say, probably a lack of virtue. We all have a lack of virtue, but maybe a little bit further to an extent. And so we need to pour into those communities. And if you see that, it's almost like the Holy Spirit kind of tugging on your heart a little bit to say, you're recognizing this problem. What can you do about it, right? What is God calling you to do about that? Does that mean, getting involved with your local RCIA, OCIA class? Do you need to be mentoring someone? What has God done in your life? How can you pay that forward to someone, in their life? And just imagine we need to be evangelizing all over the place, but imagine if we each just brought one person into the church, like every 5 to 10 years. That would spread like wildfire, wouldn't it? We each have that responsibility. So, if you can go out to breakfast with someone once a week, if you just say, I'm going to go get breakfast, I'm going to invite someone once a week to breakfast, and we're just going to talk about whatever's on their mind, and God will come up, I promise you. One of our other efforts is Walking with Moms in Need. So this is a national effort started by the USCCB, United States Conference of Catholic Bishops, to really minister and really, get at the heart of, why do moms show up at the abortion center? Like, why are they, feeling like they don't have the community resources to actually parent that child? We can definitely say abortion, is evil. It is a sin. It's wrong. We shouldn't do it. But why are we going that direction? And so it's a great effort to try and pull local community resources to say, this mom needs food. Okay, here's all these food pantries. This mom needs housing. Here's the authorities that work on how, help with housing. We get to do all these things. Catholic Charities is at the forefront of a lot of that, but we get to create a bunch of these Walking with Moms in Need groups in each of our parishes. Imagine a mom pregnant, or parenting that just needs some help. Maybe there's no guy in this, in this situation, and she just doesn't have resources. How amazing would that be to say, hey, we have compiled all of these resources and we'll help walk through each of those, because sometimes it can be complicated and you're already giving yourself so much to your work, to your kids. And we've fallen, there's so much we could say about this, but, sometimes into like a 2-income trap. And, imagine if one parent could be at home always, how you're blessing the children, all of those things. But you kind of get stuck in these different ruts. And then you're just, kind of forced to maintain that because through debt or otherwise, you have to kind of dig yourself out. But just imagine if there was a group at your parish that just said, hey, we're here, we care about you, and here's all these resources. So we have over 20 groups that are running with this Walking with Moms in Need initiative, and so many moms have been helped. What I do with that sometimes is around the Toledo area, I'd be happy to come here if there's ever a mom in need too, but I feel like Putnam County probably has a little bit less. I just go and I meet with moms. Well, I've gone to Bob Evans, I've gone to, get coffee, some public place where they feel, comfortable. Most of them are not Catholic either, but they have this yearning. They know that something is wrong, regardless of their situation. And we'll just talk for 2 to 3 hours. I just say, hey, tell me your story. How did you get here? And, what's on your heart? What basic needs do you have? And we just kind of talk through things. And we had one that she had her little baby boy baptized. She had gone to confession and received the Eucharist as well. So, there's all of these just like little blessings if we just open ourselves up to it. And even just saying that, and as an audience member, you're probably thinking, go get coffee with a random person I don't know. That's kind of scary, right? But we're all just people. I'm just Kevin. I don't have a social worker's, background or anything. I'm just a guy who just has a passion for these things. And I just want to help people. And there's so many people like you guys too that just want to help people. And how do we do that? There's so much brokenness and despair. A lot of times just being present, that kind of just that strong Saint Joseph type of, silent strength kind of just is what they need to feel comfortable.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You talk about helping people. One of the best ways you could do to help right now is to donate to Holy Family Radio. 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. We started a matching donation fund at $2,000 at the beginning of this hour. We had a number of phone calls come in. I haven't gotten the cards with me yet, so I'm pretty sure, though, that there is plenty of space for you to get in now to have your donation matched dollar for dollar. 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. You can also go to our website, holyfamilyradio.fm, holyfamilyradio.fm. And if you make an online donation now, that will count towards the matching funds that we have, up to $2,000 right now on the table. And so that is an opportunity that many folks wait for, and we're fortunate to have one right now. So the phone is ringing now. Keep doing that. 888-287-0655. You can talk about that, yeah.
You can also donate online at holyfamilyradio.fm or on the Holy Family Radio app. We're talking with Kevin Jory, Director of the Office of Life and Justice for the Diocese of Toledo. When we spoke with Peter Range yesterday, the day before, it's all a blur.
It was a Wednesday.
Wednesday, okay, so 2 days ago. He reminded us or pointed out that the majority of women that seek abortions, that if you can track what the father's response was, will largely dictate what the woman decides to do. Mm-hmm. If the man is immediately, I'm here for you, we're going to do this together, let's get married, or even if he doesn't say that, but he makes clear that he's there for her, she's significantly less likely to seek an abortion. If not, they tend to feel, the women often feel alone. My question, alone, and then turn to abortion as a ways to solve the problem. My question to you is, if the man is so critical, which he should be, that's fantastic, what can we do to inspire those men to stand up?
Oh my goodness, what a great question. And I just feel like this authentic, masculinity, femininity is something that's kind of in the culture, in our society, that we're really trying to address right now too. I mean, one of those things, honestly, is walking with moms in need, because if that man knows, because we're very practical creatures, right? And if we're already drowning, in debt, goodness, I mean, our economy is just in shambles right now. So it's very understandable if it's like you have another mouth to feed. And the guy is thinking, gosh, I can't even afford to feed what I have right now. If they don't know practically that there's resources out there, that's their initial thing, because men have this innate yearning for protection, but also to provide too.
Provide and protect.
So if they don't think they are in a position to provide, then how do we take care of this problem, right? And that's that dehumanization. But if they know, there is almost no difference between women that go to church versus women that don't go to church in terms of abortion. So that means when, our priests are giving the homilies, when you are there, you are sitting, amongst women and men that have experienced that abortion. And so what an opportunity for us as a church to let them know how many resources are available. And as soon as they know that, they automatically should know that, okay, maybe this wasn't my plan, maybe it's God's plan, right? It's not my plan. I wasn't prepared for this, but you know what, we can do this. We can make this work, right? And if she knows that, if she looks in his eyes and it's just like, we can make this work, right? Just think of the weight that is lifted from her shoulders then, because her priority is not, it's almost to be provided for, because her priority is to care for the baby, to take care of herself so the baby can be healthy. It's the man's responsibility to provide. There's some blurring, of roles, gender roles, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. We had a great speaker at the Catholic Business Network yesterday, Noelle Marion, and she talks about, feminism, tribalism, the sexual revolution, all of these things. There's so much that we've almost been traumatized as a culture, especially as young people coming up. Goodness, I'm so happy I don't have to try to date right now. Imagine trying to date with all the apps and everything. I'm just so happy to have, met my wife when we were 17. But
Amen. I agree with you.
Just think of where they're at. So there's this divide, almost, the two sexes warring against each other so much that people are denying innate, sexual differences or characteristics and saying they're not even a part of any sex anymore. And so
men are yelled at and criticized for being strong.
Yep.
For wanting to stand up and protect.
Yep.
They're bullied in our current culture into becoming more effeminate and really ultimately not being what women need. Amen.
And that women they're yelling, I need strong men right now, because we've had weak men for a long time. I feel like there's a generational gap. Like we had the strong men, and then there's a generation of weakness. I feel like I'm a part of that a little bit. We're trying to correct course, but we have to give these tools to the younger generation, and we need the older generation to start mentoring younger men. And maybe that's, your breakfast that you have each week where you go out and get breakfast. Maybe our older generation of men can kind of help equip the younger generation. We do that as well, and we're trying to equip them. But if you talk to any of the women in the pro-life movement, all of them say, yeah, we need strong men.
Yeah, we do. Hey, 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. The phone did ring before it, and it needs to ring again. We have those matching funds. I got to get the cards in here at some point so that I can start tallying them up to let you know where we stand. We are in the home stretch of our Spring Spirit Drive here today. We only have, 3 hours left. 3 precious hours left in order to get to our goal, and we've got a long way to go. But this matching fund, these matching dollars, will help. 888-287-0655. Every dollar is precious, no matter what amount. It all adds up, and it goes in the pile, and it helps us to be able to plan the rest of our year, to know what we can and need to do in the coming year. 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. Online, holyfamilyradio.fm. You can make a one-time lump sum donation or a recurring monthly donation, whatever that might be. Anybody who calls in, makes a donation or not, gets a copy right now of a book, 77 Ways to Pray with Your Child. It's a great resource for parents or grandparents to be able to introduce to a family what is necessary and needed to help create an environment where prayer is a part of their everyday life. And that is a great way to set a great example and demonstrating how to lead your child in a life of prayer with God. So 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. I almost forgot. How could I do that? It's right there on my screen. 888-287-0655. Talking with Kevin Jory, who's the director of the Office of Life and Justice, right? Is it with Catholic Charities or with the diocese, or both?
It's both.
It's both, right?
Yeah,
okay.
It's both. We're very unique. Most is just under the diocese, but we're so blessed that we've got all of the backing of Catholic Charities, so we actually can go out and tangibly, help our communities.
Okay. So what events do you have coming up to help support what you would need to do in life for people today?
Absolutely. Yeah. So we've got the Persuasive Pro-Life Apologetics Conference for students. So hopefully Peter and Allison, I think mentioned this too. So we're having Trent Horn come in. He's a great Catholic apologist from Catholic Answers. He really is charitable. He's loving, but he is, very direct about the truth too. And he helped me personally when I was becoming pro-life and also Catholic too. So just want to, extend those resources to everyone. That's going to be in Columbus on Saturday, May 18th. There are also sponsorships or scholarships that you can get through Foundation for Life. They will pay your $20 ticket price as well as give you a $30 stipend to get down there. So reach out to us. We'll make sure that you can get there, and let's get a bunch of students down there so we can equip this current generation of leaders with all of the facts, because we're based on science and facts and theology. We've got all of it. So get equipped and really know your faith and know all the apologetics so you can, on an individual basis, really just change our culture to a culture of life.
Sounds like great stuff you have in the works there.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So we're so blessed. I think we're about out of time, correct?
I think we're cruising. Yeah, we're cruising down there a little bit. So
It's right at 3:00
yeah,
right now.
it's right at 3:00. So some last things you'd like to mention before we close it out?
Yep. One thing I didn't mention is we have a ministry for men who struggle with pornography. So we've got a monthly support group. And I mentioned video games. I feel like video games and pornography for men are just like, it really kind of just warps their brain to not become strong. So, we need to be, masters of really all of our different virtues. So if you want to, reach out to me, all my information is just at CatholicCharitiesNWO.org, or just email me at kjorrey, that's KJORREY, at ToledoDiocese.org, and let's walk through that. This is saved marriages, and there's new babies because of those saved marriages as well. So this is definitely one of those respect life type of things.
Without a doubt. Well, thank you for sharing that. I'm sure that there are many men out there and potentially women, but you said that's in particular is a men's ministry.
And if anyone out there, female struggles with this, I have been looking for a female that struggles with this or that has overcome this temptation to help women as well. So if you're out there, if you struggle with this and you've overcome it, please let me know. I'd love to get you to, plugged into the community.
That's great. Well, thank you so much, Kevin, for joining us here today during the Spring Spirit Drive. We appreciate you coming down from the diocese up in Toledo there to share your work in the pro-life community and all that you do. Listeners, how about you do your part and give us a call at 888-287-0655. We'll close things out here with Kevin and get ready for our next guest. Are we going to be going to a break, Deacon Jeff?
Yeah, we have to go to a break because it's top of the hour.
Yep. So we'll go to a break, and when we come back, we'll have our next guest in studio. This is Holy Family Radio, bringing you the last few hours of our Spring Spirit Drive. Give us a call, 888-287-0655. We'll be back after this.
Yes, it's always fun to hear my name get announced like that. With Jim Linthicum there in Piqua, one of our biggest fans here at Holy Family Radio. Welcome back, everybody, to another hour. Actually, we're 15 minutes into the hour, but one of the final hours of our Spirit Drive here for 2024 on Holy Family Radio. I remember starting this back in 2011 is when I joined up. I remember kind of sitting off on the sidelines in the trailer when they did their first fundraising drive. The Catholic Radio Association at that time held a national fund drive where they did what we're doing right now. They did some interviews, and they provided that feed to the radio stations, and they gave you maybe 10, 15 minutes an hour to kind of do your own local pleas to have folks support. And that was a lot of fun, but it wasn't a lot of funds that came with that. Okay.
It was fun, FUN, but not a lot of funds, FUNDS.
Yes, that's
okay.
Right. That's exactly right. So now we've adopted this format, and it's a whole lot of fun to be able to provide you with a lot of interesting guests, a lot of relevant topics, to tell you all about the greatness that is greatness that is Catholic radio, and hopefully you think Holy Family Radio is great as well. Okay, we talked about a matching fund that we started last hour. We have $1,000 more left on that $2,000 pledge of matching funds. So we need $1,000 more to be able to get that full $2,000 donation. And that needs to be done before the end of this pledge drive. And let's do it actually before the end of this hour. We can do it. I'm sure you can. Help us in that endeavor. Your dollars are doubled up to $1,000 now. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. One more time, 888-287-0655. Going to holyfamilyradio.fm will get you to the same place to make a donation of a credit card, debit card, or a bank transfer if you'd rather do it that way from a checking or savings account. Either way, it works, and it's safe, simple, and easy to do. So 888-287-0655. One phone call just came in. That means there's one line open for you. 888-287-0655. You can also, if you call, you will get a free copy of 77 Ways to Pray with Your Child. So we'll have that mailed to you, and you can just come in here and pick it up and find out a way to help build a prayer life with your child. 888-287-0655. So now in the studio, we are pleased to be joined by our, how do you want to say this? Our home priest. How's that go? Because this is our parish where we reside in. We reside on your campus, but either way, I'd like to welcome to the show Father Matt Keller, who is the pastor at St. John the Baptist here in Glandorf. How are you doing, Father?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing great. See, I got to turn your microphone on.
Okay.
Now, how are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Awesome. Awesome. We're doing well. Also, it's a lot of fun to be able to do this, and thanks to you and your hospitality to allow us to be here. Can you tell us what you think Holy Family Radio means to your community here?
I think it provides a good resource to parishioners, to people who are seeking answers. The church has a lot of questions and misunderstandings, and it provides ways to get those answers and misunderstandings, I think. Mm-hmm. As I listen to the radio, that's kind of what people are seeking.
Right.
Right.
Do you find Catholic Radio to fill in some gaps for you every once in a while?
Every once in a while, it's good to fill in gaps. It's good to hear more perspectives than my own.
Yeah.
I have opinions, ways to try to answer things, but sometimes it's good to have others give answers to things that a different way of perceiving things, just to think about it differently for myself.
Right. Yeah. It for me, it's a nice little resource. over time, it's the longer you listen, the more you kind of know, right? And you take in.
Definitely.
So you hear some of the same sort of questions over and over, and after a while, you kind of know those. But every once in a while, you come up with something that you're like, you know what? That's a great way to say that, or that's a nice little idea for a homily. Have you ever taken anything like that from?
I haven't.
radio?
I haven't gone that far yet.
Okay.
Keep listening.
Yeah. But it does put perspective. There are, Glandorf people have their struggles, but there are a lot of times there'll be struggles on other parts of the country, other parts of the world, and it just reminds me how connected. We think everybody's so different, but sometimes it's how much we share in common. Just life struggles together, and struggles and questions, and to have those answers come together, it's quite phenomenal there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's a great point, Father Matt. Yeah, we all are unique, but we're all the same in a lot of ways, and it can be great to be reminded of that.
Sure.
So this is your first pastorship. Is that the right way to say it?
First time being a pastor, yes.
First time being a pastor here. And how long have you been here?
It will be 2 years come July.
Okay. So, wow. It's gone quickly. Does it feel like it's gone quickly?
A lot of times, yes, it's going fast.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So, 2 years ago, I was getting ready for that shift.
Yeah.
I think it was 2 years ago. I was on the air with you before this pledge drive, before that move.
That's right.
That's right. We talked to you on the phone.
So, it was, that was a busy spring. And now it's a little more calm this spring, just not getting ready for moves and that whole mental side of it. So,
Yeah.
Yeah. So now being 2 years in, what have you learned? I mean, I know that for myself, like being a new deacon, there's stuff that you know that you don't know, and there's other things that there's lots of stuff you just plain old don't know. How have you adjusted to all that? And have you felt like you've grown into the role?
I definitely feel like I've grown into the role. I came into the role not knowing exactly what to expect. I knew it was. When you go from inner city urban to rural, there's a change. Also change from 3 different parishes, 3 different staffs, I live in one place and my office was in another, to everything's in one place.
Yeah.
That's a big change. It slows things down
Yeah.
a little bit. So
Yeah.
I'm grateful for that.
Sure. Well, you certainly seem more at ease here with us today than you were that first time.
Well, that could be.
Well, the more time that you spend in back of the microphone, the more comfortable you tend to be, right?
That's true. So comfortable, we mess up and make mistakes, but that's okay.
Well, I think we did it on laptop or Zoom or something.
Yeah, we did.
I've done a number of those through COVID, but those are not. I don't like doing those. That internet connection. It's wonderful you can do that, but at the same time, I'm not a huge fan of that internet.
Sure.
What do they call that? You're looking at a screen in front of your eyes. What do they call that anymore?
Oh yeah, the virtual reality.
Virtual reality.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, what can you share with us? What sort of things are going on in the parish right now?
Well, next weekend we have First Communion. I'm not sure how many we have. Maybe 40, 50. I forget. But so we're getting ready for First Communion next weekend. So that's very exciting for our second graders there. Mm-hmm. So that's going to be. So we're excited for that, and we'll have May crowning next week on Friday. All of our CCD kids will be over for that mass together. So to pray and celebrate Mary and celebrate her crowning. Those are 2 things on the immediate future there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, wonderful. I'm sure all the kids are excited about that, but particularly those second graders.
Absolutely.
Second graders, yeah. That's a very exciting time for them.
Sure.
Yeah. Now, Eucharistic Revival, the Congress actually is coming up in July. Do you have a contingent from Glandorf going? Or are you going to be able to go?
I'm actually planning to be there.
Okay.
Part of also the Eucharistic Revival, we're going to have a Corpus Christi procession here on that Sunday, June 2nd.
Okay.
We're going to invite our First Communion Kit students to come back in their dresses and suits, and they're going to be part of that procession. We're going to do a procession out to our shrine and celebrate benediction out there after 10:30 Mass, and then process back in. So, and then this will be our second year. Last year we've done that, and then this year we're going to try to decorate our sidewalk out there using some sidewalk chalk and put some Eucharistic images out there.
Well, very nice. That sounds pretty exciting thing to do. I bet the kids are really going to like that.
That's what I was going to say. I bet you have some kids helping out with that.
Yes, I think the second graders are supposed to give us some of the designs to go out there. So, so that'll be exciting. So
that's wonderful.
We'll pray for good weather.
Amen to that, right?
So.
You talked earlier about how Catholic radio sometimes can help dispel misconceptions about the faith. What do you encounter as one of the biggest misconceptions about Catholicism?
I mean, up front, I don't encounter a whole lot of those today, but, I think it's a lot of those, Catholics worshiping saints, which is not true. We pray to them just like we pray. We seek your guidance, that we pray together, Yeah. So.
Well, that's good you don't encounter too much of it. That's probably, one of the wonderful benefits of being in a county with 70% Catholics, that you're not running into huge obstacles or misconceptions for the most part. So that's a true blessing indeed.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I believe that here at the parish, you've got a strong religious education program.
Absolutely.
Talk about that a little bit.
We're lucky that their Glandorf Elementary is next door to the church, and so K through 8 they get released for CCD every day. So I think it's K through 4 come over for the first session, and then 5 through 8, and I think somewhere we have about maybe probably about at least 400 kids in our CCD programs. So that's a wonderful gift, and to have that release time from the public school.
Right.
So.
That's really good. And we had some of the teachers here last year to talk about, the program and try to encourage, other parents or others to consider becoming a teacher, because it's in fact, we talked about Catholic education quite a bit during the Spirit Drive, about how important it is to have that foundation, and to be able to do that right here at the parish is a pretty good benefit.
Absolutely.
So 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655 is the number to call to make your donation. We still have some matching funds available. We got a $200 donation that came in online. Thank you so much for that. That will be doubled to be $400. So that means we have at least $800 left, unless there's been another phone call that came in. 888-287-0655. We're coming down to about 2.5 hours left to go here in the Spirit Drive for 2024. So time is running out, and time is precious. 888-287-0655. So every year, Holy Family Radio does the Box of Joy. We kind of take over your garage there for a little bit, don't we?
Yeah.
We end up using Father's garage as our picking up point for all the boxes. After we ship them, we have to put them on pallets here, or actually we put the pallets together over there, because the pallets would not fit in here very well.
No.
So I appreciate you helping us, letting us do that every year.
It makes logical sense.
It kind of does. And there's just enough room for the semi that has to come pick it up to turn around on your driveway there, but very much appreciated. And there's so many people from your parish and even surrounding parishes that are a key part of that Box of Joy campaign.
Yeah, well, keep it up.
Yeah, keep it up, folks. That's right.
Keep it up. Yep. Speaking of you, dear listener, keep up listening to Holy Family Radio and supporting your Catholic radio station. Give us a call at 888-287-0655. We have a book here called 77 Ways to Pray with Your Kids. We have multiple copies of it, and it is yours for the asking. If you give us a call, we'd love if you could also make a donation. But if you're not in a position to do that, we'll take your prayers, and you can claim this book by giving us a call at 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. So, Father, tell us. You have the community at Glandorf is very Catholic and supportive. Do you have a lot of lay involvement in the parish?
Absolutely. There's a lot of lay involvement for a lot of different things. It makes being pastor easier. But we're still looking for more ways to get people involved. If they want to be involved, we'll find ways to plug them in. So.
That's fantastic. Just give you a call if somebody's looking.
Call the office.
Call the office. There we go. Fair enough. Yeah. 888-287-0655. That is the number to call. If you're streaming, if you're watching our live stream, either on Facebook, YouTube, or X, you can comment in the live stream, and those comments will come right in. It can tell us, hey, ask the guest this or that question, or maybe you just want Deacon Jeff to answer something directly, or hey, turn up this mic. We'll take whatever it is, but you can comment there, and that's a great way to get some feedback.
It is.
Directly. And speaking of feedback, we do love to hear what programming you enjoy, or even some programming that you've heard about and maybe would like to see carried on the station. Let us know that when you give us a call, or comment that in the live stream comments, 888-287-0655, or go to holyfamilyradio.fm or the Holy Family Radio app to make your online donation there. How are the donations looking, Deacon Jeff?
Well, I'll tell you what, we are, let's see, like I said, we have $800 left in that matching fund, and the phones need to ring, because if we're going to talk about reaching the total that we had last year, we're about $13,000 short. So we're not very close to that number. But I tell you what, we're happy to get whatever it is that the Lord wants us to have when it comes to the Spirit Drive here at Holy Family Radio. We do have a lot of recurring donations, which really helps us out a lot. If you want to, take advantage of that, where you can give more by giving just a little each month, that's a big help as well. So whatever you can do to help sow a seed into this ministry, to help, let us do the heavy work of evangelization and catechesis on your behalf to people who really do need to hear the good news of the gospel with clarity and charity, to get their questions answered, to hear some advice, to hear some ways that they can talk to family members, they can talk to coworkers, they can talk to strangers, have more people be able to turn their car into a classroom, to be able to teach their children and those who are in the vehicle with them a little bit more about the truth of the faith. So if you think that that is a worthwhile mission and you want to become a part of that, call right now, 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. I've been told we can't say that number enough. I wonder if we made it a concerted effort to say it, let's say every minute or two, if that would be a good thing or not. Would that be a good thing? I don't know. I'd like to hear the comments if there's anybody that has any about that. It may help, because people might like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to give, but I've heard before, if we don't give the numbers out often enough, the moment's gone.
They've left their car, they've had to turn off the radio and go do something else.
That's right. It's like, I want to give, but what's the number again? What's the number?
Yeah.
So it's 888-287-0655. We got Father Matt Keller here in the studio, who is the pastor here at St. John the Baptist in Glandorf, Ohio. One of the most beautiful churches you're going to find in this area. Mm-hmm. And dare I say, in the diocese, besides the cathedral. I think the cathedral might trump it just a little bit. But what do you think, Father Matt? What do you think of the church and the fact that you get to pastor in such a beautiful one?
It's a gift. It's a gift, a beautiful gift of a place to celebrate Mass, celebrate the sacraments with people. Mm-hmm. It's just as beautiful with the people there as in the building itself.
Right.
I think everybody looks at the building And the building of a church is wonderful, but it's also equally the people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you remember back in the time of COVID when Mass was shut out from the people, and you know, it was an empty feeling to celebrate Mass empty. You know, one of the greatest gifts to me was after that first weekend Mass back when people were in, I go, this is the most beautiful thing with the people in it.
Yeah.
You know, than just with it empty.
Yeah. So have you found, has your church growing? Are you having more people? You know, is your parish growing right now?
Well, I've had quite a few baptisms
Okay.
since the first of the year, so that's a sign of growth.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, you know, if the town of Glandorf and the surrounding area, you know, if it's growing, what are you doing to kind of reach out and like, how was the Easter Vigil this year?
It was good. This was the first time we didn't have anybody coming in the church through baptism or coming from another faith tradition.
Okay.
Actually, it's the first time in my priesthood, besides COVID, where I've not had that. But but actually, even COVID year we had a few. But that's. But I think there's some in the works of potentials. It's just they weren't ready this year. So
Okay. Well, we'll pray for that. We'll definitely pray for more conversions to the faith. We've talked to quite a few people who are converts, you know, much like yourself, that end up really serving the church in an amazing way. Kind of puts us cradle Catholics to shame in a sense, right? I don't know. You put me to shame, Kim.
Oh, please. That's so not true. That is so not true. You know, but I do think that converts sometimes have, with familiarity breeds sometimes, I don't want to say contempt, but sometimes a lack of appreciation.
Yeah.
And so when you've been raised with it and it's just part of what you know and you don't know anything different, I think sometimes we don't always appreciate the gifts that we have. And a convert recognizes the gifts and is, you know, that come with the faith. And I think that's why we tend to be pretty on fire about it, because we didn't have that before. And you know, it's pretty exciting once you have it.
Yeah.
But it's not a matter of being better or even more on fire necessarily. It's just, I think it's a recognition of something that was missing for a long time. But you know, that's one of our challenges. Like, how do we make it that exciting? How do I make it that exciting to my children? You know, I mean, what recommendations do you have, Father? You know, to keep the faith. Faith doesn't need to be exciting. You know, it's not entertainment, but you know, what recommendations do you offer to families or parents? You know, to bring the faith alive for them.
Well, live in it. You know, I mean, it's cliche, but you know, bringing your family to church every Sunday is the part of that priority. Praying together. Those simple as just sharing meal and praying that before meal prayer, I think, goes a long way. Even at the end of the day, praying together as a family. Those small things, I think, go a long way. You know, even making time for the sacraments. You know, go to church, go to confession as families. I think those are, you know, they're small things, but they're foundational for faith of growing. So
yeah, putting those roots in, planting those seeds.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they do grow. Yeah. Well, that's wonderful. Well, that's a great note maybe to close it out on. What do you think, Deacon Jeff?
Sure.
I think so. Yeah, we got a little bit of time here that we need to go to a break and then start off our next little presentation here, because later on we're going to have the hosts of the Post Roast Show here to talk about their podcast and what they're planning on doing with that, and talk a little bit more about the sin of acedia as well. So we're trying to shed some light on a hidden sort of insidious sort of sin that is pervading our society today. So tell you what, thank you, Father.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you for coming. Appreciate that. You know, our home priest, you might say, of the parish that we are here, and thank you so much for your hospitality as well to be able to.
We're glad to have you here.
So thank you so much. All right, that's Father Matt Keller, Society of the Precious Blood priest, who is the pastor here at St. John the Baptist here in Glandorf. I want to thank him for coming. Thank all those who have stopped by so far. I mean, we've had a lot of people drop in and say hello, drop off some checks or some cash or what have you. And we're just happy to be able to be here and to have this wonderful place and location to be able to share that with all of you who are out there listening and or watching right now us continue here with our Spring Spirit Drive. So let's take a break, and when we come back, we'll talk a little bit more. We'll get caught up on where we are in our matching funds and see how we can close out the Spirit Drive strong. This is Deacon Jeff Compton along with Kim Schrader here at Holy Family Radio Studios. We'll be back after this break. And next up on the Spring Spirit Drive. Welcome back here to the Spring Spirit Drive. Hi, this is Deacon Jeff Compton, Managing Director, along with Kim Schrader, here ready to close out our Spring Spirit Drive for 2024. 3 days of live radio, 11 hours a day, and there's just, barely 2 hours left to go. Can you believe it?
No, it's not possible. Where did the time go?
Where did the time go? We've talked to so many interesting guests who had a lot to say, and want to thank Father Matt Keller for dropping by here today. Chat with him just a little bit here, who's our home base.
Our hosting priest.
Our hosting priest. There you go. Thank you for that.
Yeah, it just came to me.
Yeah, it just came to you. All right. So we talked about the matching funds that we had available, and we had $800 left. So I'm going to add this up. And guess what, folks? We have covered it. We have covered our $2,000 matching fund. Ring the bell.
Woohoo!
Just ring the bell.
Absolutely. Here it comes.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for all those who have called in, but you can still call in right now, 888-287-0655, to help get us closer to our goal, 888-287-0655. Every little bit helps. It all adds up. It all piles into one bucket, so to speak, for us to be able to draw from to keep Holy Family Radio going for another year. and growing, because, hey, we've got a radio station to build and finish up this year in Fostoria. So next year, when we are doing this Spirit Drive, God willing, there will be listeners from Fostoria who will be able to participate in this fundraising drive. And that's going to be exciting to have a whole new audience of people to talk to.
But we can't do it without you, listeners.
That's right.
We can't get all the construction costs covered and do everything that needs to be done. There's lawyers' fees that need to be paid whenever you want to expand into new areas and purchase stations and do all that sort of work that is involved whenever you're adding growing your network.
Yes.
So we need you to partner with us. Give us a call at 888-287-0655. You can claim 77 ways to pray with your kids. If you give us a call, you don't even have to make a donation. You can just call and ask for it. You can stop in here to the studios. This is lots of several different ways that you can pray with your kids. There's short little page and a half, less than a page ideas in here on different ways to increase your prayer life with your kids. So give us a call, 888-287-0655. What you got over there, Deacon Jeff?
Well, included in these donations that have come in, we have a donation that was basically in honor of someone who is celebrating a birthday very soon. So this person would like to wish Cindy Check a very happy birthday. So happy birthday to Cindy, and really anybody out there who's celebrating a birthday now or soon. But we got a special donation in honor of her. So we also encourage folks to give a donation in honor or memory of someone that might be special to you or to them. And we also, when we send out our donation cards to those people, when we ask for donations, people return those. We give you an opportunity to offer that in honor or memory of somebody. And so right now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through my little stack of cards here that people have made, significant and small donations in honor or memory of somebody. So I'd like to honor this right now for everybody. So I have so I'll just say in memory of Al Wishmeyer, in memory of Marilyn Schrader, in memory of Louis Otto and also Jerry Otto, Dennis Langhouse, Shirley Kissel, Bill Klausing, Frank Hermiller, Barb Siebenick, and Len Hermiller. In memory of Norm Liebricht, Arnie Miller, and Callista Miller. And for Wanda, my wife in heaven. And here's one in memory of Fred Verhoff, Paul Beining, Thomas Lee Cutlip II, for God's abundant love for us and his redeeming grace. This next one here is in memory of Ed Luersman, Bud Urban, and Dorothy Huntingford, Janice Recker, Louis and Alice Otto Balbaugh, Patricia Siebenick, Pat Otto, Barb Otto, Gordon Verhoff, Paul Neese, Ron Schaefer, Dan Siebenick, Wilbur and Helen Schaefer, Dale Shy, and also Ray Balbaugh. In memory of Dick Feathers, Forrest Hasselschwert, Darren Langhouse, and Virgil and Anita Verhoff, Mark Verhoff, and Lois Verhoff. So we thank everyone so much for those generous gifts that have been offered in memory or in honor of someone. Many of those are recently deceased and other members of folks' families. So we pray for them. We pray for all those who are faithfully departed by the mercy of God. May they rest in peace.
Amen.
And so that's just an important thing that we're able to do here at Holy Family Radio. And if I had missed any, because I collect those throughout the year, I make sure I put those aside and collect them here in the studio so that I can read them and honor them for you out in public for everyone to know and also to pray for them. So there you go. I've covered that duty, and it's an important one that we have here at Holy Family Radio. Know that we always are praying for you. We ask you to pray for us. We're all in this life together, and we just need to do the best that we can with what we have. So we just ask you to share a little bit of your treasure with us as we look to stay going and again for another year. 888-287-0655. At the bottom of the hour, we have Becca Compton and Nicholas Check coming in for the Post Row Show. Talk about their show that we produce here right in the studios of Holy Family Radio, what they've got going on, their activities for life and pro-life. Maybe you want to give a donation in honor of them or anybody who works with the pro-life movement. 888-287-0655. That's 888-287. And next up on the Spring Spirit Drive here on Holy Family, it's 888-287-0655. So in preparation for them to arrive here in the studio, I'm going to replay a video. It is a video. Replay an interview I did earlier this week with Joshua Charles. It's an excellent interview, because he's a scholar, historian who was Protestant all his life and very much into Scripture and the Bible. And he was basically, devastated to find out that the Catholic Church did hold the fullness of truth. And he knew that he knew he had to be Catholic at some point. We've heard, if you're familiar with the stories you hear on Catholic radio about people who attempt to prove that the Catholic Church is false, end up having to acknowledge and keep up their integrity, their moral integrity, that they need to become Catholic. There's no other option, because that's where the truth resides and that's where home is. So we're going to play this video. Remember to call 888-287-0655. All those of you who are watching online, you can also call us at 888-287-0655, or you can go to our website, holyfamilyradio.fm, holyfamilyradio.fm. And now we're going to go to the interview with Joshua Charles. Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio. Our next guest is Joshua Charles. He's a Catholic convert, a #1 New York Times bestselling author. He's a former White House speechwriter, historian, scholar. He's a speaker and a classical pianist. He's passionate about theology, philosophy, and history, and all of which I think were factors in his joining the Catholic Church, and now the founder and president of Eternal Christendom. So welcome to the Spring Spirit Drive, Joshua.
Thank you very much, Deacon. Appreciate it.
Well, yeah, let's, I discovered you on X, formerly Twitter, because as you can imagine, being a Catholic permanent deacon, I got a lot of Catholic stuff going on in my feed, and I saw your work.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I was drawn to it because you're laying out essentially the reasons your eyes were open to the reality and the truth of the Catholic faith. So let's start with you giving our listeners a little bit of a background on who you are and the story of what led you first intellectually and then formally to the Catholic faith.
Sure. Yeah, I was raised Protestant, generally of an evangelical variety, but really we weren't super picky. Basically, if an individual congregation or denomination believed the Bible is God's word and wasn't compromising on issues like abortion and marriage, etc., we were fine with it as long as they had a good community, whatnot. So, but from a very early age, I loved the Bible, was reading it all the time, would have, I had a discipler as early as 6th grade, and we would be reading, I don't claim that I understood all of it, but we would have very, serious books we'd be reading together, theology books and whatnot. So I always loved the Bible. I was always very kind of naturally religious. It was just a gift God gave me, I guess. And so, but I kept having a struggle as life went on. And it was essentially this is, Jesus said, if you love me, you'll obey my commandments. And I kept getting different answers to what those commandments were, and on issues that were not insignificant. Things like worship and baptism and basic moral teachings. Can Christians divorce? And then, of course, as I became a grown man, can Christians contracept? How do we worship God? How do we do the sacraments? I mean, there's just a million and one issues that I was seeing in Protestantism. Tons of disagreement, and the issue for me was less the disagreement; it was our inability to resolve those disagreements rather. Because again, if you want to love Jesus, that was my primary thing. So because my conversion, I think, to many people seems very intellectual, and it was in a way. But St. Thomas More said in the great film Man for All Seasons, he said, at the end of the day, it's a matter of love, because if you don't know what Christ's commandments are, and he says that's the very definition of how you love him, by obeying those commandments, then your ability to love Christ is quite literally disabled in a certain sense, and you're really just guessing, because the consistent problem I would have is you'd have one good, educated, good faith man taking a position here and another position there on the same issue. And at some point, me as a young man, I'm like, who am I to make this call? And even if I was older, like one of these guys, who am I to make that call?
Yeah.
There's still good faith, educated, people who are taking different positions. And is that really what Christ intended to leave us with? To have Christians dividing in all sorts of directions with no way to resolve it ultimately. Now, obviously, Catholics are and can be divided on various things. Some of those divisions we can be illicitly divided about. Catholics are allowed to have all sorts of different opinions on all sorts of different issues and still be Catholics in good standing. But, we're also working through other issues where it's not entirely clear what the church's position on some things is. And that's happened all throughout the last 2,000 years. But the key difference in the Catholic Church is that, one, while we're working out that issue, we're still all in one church or at one altar, same priesthood, things like that. And there is an authority that can render a final verdict on it. So it's completely different than Protestantism in that regard. So, my ultimate conversion began, my conscious conversion to the Catholic faith began when I started reading the Church Fathers, which began in 2017. But what I just described to you is kind of the lead up to that for over the previous 10 years or so. I was just having a very, very hard time offering a coherent account of my Christian faith. I would evangelize atheists a lot, and they'd ask me questions like, well, which church should I go to? And I'd say, well, mine, of course. And it's like, well, why? Well, I think we've got, the best doctrine is usually, a form of what I'd say. I'd say, well, based on what? It's like, well, eventually it really came down to, well, my opinion. It's like, well, I don't think Jesus left us with just opinions. Mm. And, being a good Protestant, I went to my Bible, like, well, how did the biblical church resolve doctrinal disputes? Well, it turns out this could be a huge topic on its own, but the short version is, it turns out in Acts 15, the apostles themselves had a council to, work out an issue. And when that council was concluded, they issued a dogma. That's the literal Greek word there, a teaching. And they sent a letter to all the churches and said, it seemed good to us and to the Holy Spirit to lay on you no other burdens than this. It was basically the Judaizing controversy. Are Christians bound to various elements of the Jewish ritual law from Moses and whatnot? So they spoke, the apostles and the leaders that had already begun to appoint, they spoke with divine authority. And so I remember thinking, man, we don't have anything like that. And I wasn't even open to the Catholic faith at that point. I thought Catholics were quasi-pagan apostates. And so I wasn't like particularly anti-Catholic, but that's just kind of the air you breathe when you're a Protestant in many places. You just kind of assume the Catholic Church was wrong. That's why we broke away, even if you don't really go into it very much. And I had no idea who the Church Fathers were. So even while I'm having all these internal issues with Protestantism, I wasn't conceiving of it as Protestantism. I was conceiving of it as Christianity, and I had no other framework for evaluating it. I certainly didn't have the Catholic framework. Mm-hmm. So all that prep work, so to speak, had been, that deconstruction in my own Protestant framework had already been happening just by reading Scripture carefully and considering these sorts of questions. But then when I began reading the Church Fathers, it became very obvious very fast that they were Catholic. And I've continued reading them virtually every day for the last 7 years. It's obviously a huge topic, but in general, I have found that the testimony in favor of the faith and the Catholic Church is just utterly and completely overwhelming. Jesus said, you're a light that cannot be hidden, a city on a hill that cannot be hidden. the church has not been hidden. It's been, there are times of controversy and lack of clarity on some things, absolutely. But the church is not, it's not a secret where the Catholic Church is, and it hasn't been a secret since it was established. And so, it's been known to the world. And so I realized that, our Protestant project was essentially that we were scraping off all those barnacles that had been added on supposedly over all the millennia and centuries. But then when I go to the earliest church fathers, some of whom knew the apostles themselves, they're saying incredibly Catholic things about the Eucharist and the priesthood and, the necessity of the unity of the church and the sacrifice of the Eucharist being Christian worship. And, they were utterly and completely unanimous on many doctrines that not all per se, but most Protestants reject. In some cases, all Protestants reject, such as baptismal regeneration and apostolic succession. And most Protestants reject both, not all. There's some Lutherans and Anglicans here and there that accept, a form of that. But then they all rejected the sacrifice of the Eucharist. And sure enough, the fathers are completely unanimous on that as well, that the Eucharist is a sacrifice offered by the new covenant priesthood. So when I realized, it's like, wow, this really is the ancient Christian faith. Christ has preserved it. And when I'm reading these guys, I mean, even to this day, it's like, man, we may phrase things a bit differently these days here and there, but by and large, when I'm reading the fathers to this day, it's like, yep, it's the same basic faith, same essential faith, and it's compatible with what we as Catholics believe today, So I was like, this is Christ Church. I realized it and became Catholic. That's the short version.
Yeah, I'm sure it's always a long journey in many ways, but there's got to be a certain point where it's like, okay, I need to step over the line, so to speak, right? Kind of cross the Tiber, right?
Yeah, I was actually very depressed when I realized I'd have to become Catholic. I didn't want to do it. Some of it was because of just, it's pretty shattering to have a view of the world basically brought down completely in a way. Not completely. I still, I never lost faith in Christ or anything like that. But as a Protestant, again, you conceive of your whole religious system is predicated on having left the Catholic Church 500 years previous. Now, some Protestants say, well, that's not the basis of it. Well, it is in the historical sense, right?
Right.
And so you just kind of assume that was all justified, that we're really following the Bible. The Catholics have long since, left that. But there were also, we'll keep it, family friendly, but there were also flesh related issues. The Catholic Church has very crystal clear teachings on some topics, where in Protestantism, especially at the edges on issues like contraception and whatnot, you can just interpret your way to a different result, and there's nobody that can tell you otherwise. And so there were also issues of that, of like, I wasn't married. I'm not married now, but I wasn't married at the time. But, even assuming I'd be married at some point, the church is very clear about different principles of the marital act and whatnot, that as a Protestant, it's kind of among most Protestants, it's almost a free for all. As far as marital act, the conjugal relationship and marriage. And so even matters of the flesh were kind of holding me back from becoming Catholic, because there was no longer, obviously this applied to everything as well, not just Sixth Commandment issues, but there was no longer the excuse of like, well, I don't interpret it that way, or I don't see it that way. There was an authority that consistently taught one thing, and it bound you to that. And so, that's a very humbling thing. And it's hard to accept when your whole frame of religion is the opposite. So
yeah, for sure. I know that I've talked with some people who all of a sudden confronted with truth are kind of like want to plug their ears, like, because they know if they hear this and they understand it to be true, then you're held accountable for that, right? There's some sort of integrity there, right?
Well, and that's the thing, even with Catholic doctrine on things like mortal sin, not all Protestants have the exact same theology. Some Protestants believe you can lose your salvation. Their theology of that is much less coherent than the Catholic theology, but I'd say probably the larger chunk of Protestants believe in basically you can't lose your salvation. There's different forms of that. One is called once saved, always saved, which is more the low church evangelical take on it. The other doctrine is called perseverance of the saints. It's kind of like a high church Calvinist form of it. And it's essentially the same thing, but with with some additional details and other doctrines we don't need to get into right now. But the majority of Protestants believe that if you are saved, quote unquote, there's nothing you can do to unsave yourself. And it was extremely disturbing to me when I realized that there was absolutely nothing like that in the Church Fathers. Like not even like it was like a unanimity on this subject. The Church Fathers were utterly and completely unanimous, century after century, East and West, Greek speaking, Latin speaking, that a regenerate, justified Christian could in fact lose their salvation by choosing to gravely sin. And that was shocking me. Now, as a Protestant, I kind of believed a form of once saved, always saved, perseverance of the saints, but it never made sense to me. And the reason it never made sense to me is because Scripture seems so clear, the other way. There were certain verses that were a bit mysterious and ambiguous that kind of became the basis for once saved, always saved, and perseverance of the saints. But beyond those few verses, a lot of other verses seem to be awfully clear. I mean, Jesus and Paul giving warnings to Christians about, falling into sin and the grave consequences of that in eternity. And so I was always confused about that, but assumed that, the Protestant leaders I admired and respected had gotten it right, and my understanding was just inadequate. But again, once I read the Fathers, my eyes were open to like, oh no, they were getting it completely wrong. And this was just never part of the Christian faith, which again, that's a shattering thing. I mean, the issue of whether you can lose your salvation, that's not a minor issue. I mean,
right.
And so what many Protestants, the box that many Protestants get in is if, let's say it's a theological dispute about this. Like I said, there are some Protestants who believe you can lose your salvation. So let's say I'm a Protestant who believes you can lose your salvation, and I'm talking with Protestants who, in whatever form of it, believe you can't. If you can lose your salvation, that affects how you live, obviously.
Right.
And so the option we have is this is an essential. I don't know how it could ever be considered non-essential, right? So the option is we can either split into different denominations based on this issue because it's that important, or we can take what is clearly an essential issue, something that goes right to the meat and potatoes of daily Christian life, and we can put it in this magical category called non-essential. And so because I've heard many thought, well, we got to agree in the essentials and have charity in the non-essentials. Like, okay, that's fine and dandy, but everybody disagrees about what's essential.
Right.
And you can even show by their own premises that it's like there are some Protestants who say, oh, whether you can lose your salvation or not, that's not an essential issue. It's like that's not even a coherent argument, because if it relates to how you live your life and that possibly forfeiting your eternal life with God, how can you argue that's not essential? So the only options available to Protestantism, lacking a binding authority on the interpretation of Scripture, is either schism or constant basically dumbing down the faith more and more and more. Because you've got to get as few categories as you need in the essential category. Because if you've got too many there, well, then you're going to divide. And so yeah, it was basically schism or dumb everything down more and more. And it seemed obvious to me that was not what Christ intended for his church.
Right. Yeah, obviously. And to me, having always been Catholic, didn't really know my faith all that well, growing up, until I was faced with the proposition of someone challenging me on it. Did I really get in to understand it even more deeply, and always having that lens, looking through the glasses of a Catholic, it's just really obvious to me, but to others it's not, and including in my own family, one of my children has left the faith. And part of it that I was really attracted to some of your work was that the articles that you wrote to your blog, really, because it was rooted in tradition, into what the Church Fathers taught in their unanimity in some of these teachings, that I was like, man, yeah. I really need to share this with them, because it's like, how do you argue with this? I don't see how you can.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the thing is people don't realize that if the Fathers and all Christians that we have any record of were, let's just say, baptism or regeneration, because they are. It's absolutely everywhere. And baptism or regeneration is rejected by most Protestants. We're talking 80%. Anglicans and Lutherans. Lutherans believe in it. Some Anglicans believe in it, and occasionally some groups like the Church of Christ. This is a very small sect. So, but we're talking high 70s, 80% or so of Protestants reject baptism or regeneration, upon which all Christians were completely unanimous forever. But most. The thing is most Protestants don't realize that second fact, that there's a unanimity among Christians before Protestantism on whatever issue. And so they're just thinking, well, we're just having the most biblical version of it. But it's like, if in fact there is unanimity on this doctrinal issue that the vast majority of Protestants take a different take on, that must mean, if you're going to remain Protestant, that must mean you have to claim that the vast majority of Christians did not have the true Christian faith.
Right.
They didn't even understand their faith, and they didn't understand it in something as utterly essential and basic as baptism. I mean, it's in the Great Commission. Teach the nations, baptize them in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, teaching them to observe all I've commanded you. I mean, so you're saying Christians have always gotten that baptism part wrong. Oh, and then we've also gotten apparently a lot of the commandment part wrong too, because apparently Christians can disagree about all sorts of things and still be in good standing. So this is why the church fathers are so often a path of conversion for former Protestants, because it's untenable. Like they don't realize that if Protestantism is true, it doesn't just make a mockery of the Catholic faith; it makes a mockery of Christianity itself. And again, most Protestants don't realize that, and I think if they fully realize that, they'd be horrified. And of course, I know that's a big claim to make. I'm very happy to defend it, and it's actually quite easy to defend with regard to many doctrines. But that really was the issue I was faced with. I was like, man, if all these church fathers were so consistent on all these different issues, and Protestants are rejecting that, like, how can I have any confidence that I'm getting the true Christian faith if Christians were that bad at preserving it for that long? On something so core to their own faith? Like, why should I have any reason that these guys who can't even agree among themselves about baptism are getting it right 1,500 years later? So it really goes, this is why Protestantism, when you unpack its hidden premises and its hidden assumptions in the light of the facts of history, it really it leads to atheism. It really does. Christianity becomes ridiculous if Protestantism is true.
Yep. Amen to that. And so I would imagine that the fact that, like for me, I didn't know who the church fathers were and what they all said. I just know what the church was teaching. And the Protestants kind of just jettisoned that whole thing. So I would imagine that's got to be part of your impetus and the culmination of your work into this new thing that you've created called Eternal Christendom. Tell us about that.
Yeah, no, thank you. If people want to see more, they can go to www.eternalchristendom.com. Yeah, it's been a vision that's been brewing in me for a long time. It's a lot to go into. It's something we've thought out a lot, and so there are definitely details on the website people can dig into. But here's the basic issue. So for most of my life, I've been deep in original sources. What do I mean by an original source? Basically, an original source means just original documents by the different people in history. So instead of a book about a certain period, it's documents from the people from that period. So I did a lot of stuff on the American founding fathers. And so when I was reading original sources of the founding fathers, I'm reading their letters, their diary entries, their essays, their newspaper editorials, their speeches. So that's basically what original sources are. And then, of course, I've spent the last, 7 years or so doing that with the church fathers. That's how I became Catholic. And, my faith is, pretty much daily nourished by the church fathers. And so, but here's the issue. And it's one I've struggled with for a long time. I have a music background, so maybe my creative impulse kind of gets this a bit better. But we're in a highly digital, highly visual age where people can have, the dopamine, the dopamine receptors going off all the time because of apps and devices or whatever. But unfortunately, these great works that have built Western civilization, that have formed saints, sages, and statesmen, as we say, throughout the ages, they're still on just bare text. And there's so many versions of these great works that I bought just to market research, and there's hardly any explanations at all. So we have a culture that's not only highly digital, not only highly visual, so it's getting away from text, but it's also orphaned. Like most modern people don't know what they don't know. Most of us have not been handed this heritage.
Yeah.
And so basically what Eternal Christian wants to do is we want to use all the artistic, scholarly, technological tools available to us in the 21st century to completely upgrade all of these great classics of what we call the Great Tradition. The Great Tradition is not only everything from Christendom, but also the streams that came into Christendom and Christ brought together. So those streams would be from Israel, revealed religion, Greece with philosophy. You know, the Greeks were able to get pretty far with just reason. And then Rome, law and institutions. You know, so Paul talks about Christ coming into the world in the fullness of time. A number of church fathers talk about this, that it was when the Jews were looking for the Messiah, when the Greeks had basically gotten as far as reason could go philosophically, and the Romans had pacified 3 continents, you know, the Pax Romana, the Roman peace, you know, Europe, Africa, and Asia. And so up to that point in time, only 2% of the people who have ever lived were alive. So literally since Christ, the incarnate word, came into the world, 98% of human beings have lived. And of course, as we get more and more people, that number just gets higher and higher and higher. And so Christ brought those 3 elements together: revealed religion, philosophy, and the laws and institutions of civilization. And that formed Christendom. And so, but again, these great works, the fathers, there's no version of the fathers that are beautiful, that provide explanations, that are visual, that tell people what they're reading. And so we basically want to completely update it. Among the very first projects and the main things we're going to focus on are the church fathers. And our version, we want it to be the gold standard for ages to come, quite literally, where we are telling the story of the Catholic Church. That's where Christendom came from the heart of the Catholic Church, to the power of the sacraments. And so we are going to present the fathers. We're going to explain it to people in the books, in as non-academic-y, non-jargony language as we can. We're going to show them how profoundly Catholic these are. We're going to have great artists and illustrators bring their gifts to bear to explain concepts, to make charts that lay out things that the writers are talking about, whatever it may be. It's going to be a beautiful external book. And then, you know, this is going to take years to do. But eventually we want to integrate that with the internet. So basically, when you've got a physical book, you got a QR code, you can scan it with your phone, your iPad, whatever, and that will connect you to what we'll call the digital cathedral. And again, this is years down the road, because it's going to take a lot of time, a lot of resources. And if people want to support us, they can become patrons on our site, eternalchristendom.com. We definitely need it. We're just getting started, and we've been really encouraged by the amount of support that's come in. We're going to need a lot more. So if people want to support, please consider going there. But the digital cathedral will basically make it to where you can hear audio of everything you're reading. You can be connected to it. We basically want it to be a platform where we're pushing out the work of other great apostolates as well. So if you're in John 6 about the Eucharist, you can see all these quotes from the Church Fathers in the app on the Eucharist in John 6. You can see this great video by Dr. Scott Hahn or Dr. Brant Petrie or Catholic Answers, or, you know, whatever it may be. And eventually I want us to be able to recruit filmmakers, and I want filmmakers that produce trailers for the different authors we're talking about, the different fathers, the different saints, or even the different works. You know, we spend millions and millions and millions of dollars on trailers to help attract people to watch, you know, worldly movies. It's about time we as Catholics tell our story and use all the tools available to us, because, you know, basically the approach I'm suggesting with apologetics, we need to be much more civilizational, meaning tell people this grand, amazing story of what God has done through the Catholic Church, which built Western civilization, which built, you know, many other civilizations that are not even strictly speaking in the West, quote unquote. But we also need apologetics that's story-based. So people need to know the stories about the saints, know the stories about the Church Fathers. I mean, there's an amazing story about St. Athanasius. Most people haven't heard it. You know, he's hiding in a church, and some soldiers from the emperor come to arrest him, but he puts a hood over, and he basically is able to sneak through the crowd and get out, you know, while these soldiers are there to arrest him. You know, there are so many amazing stories like that. There's amazing stories about priests going up against demons and pagan priests, and just so many amazing things that we need to recruit, and we need to have the resources to get filmmakers to do this stuff. Why? because that kind of thing is going to help people today who don't know any of this stuff and who are highly digital and highly visual to actually engage with the story of Christian civilization. So anyway, I could go on a lot more, but that's the gist of it. It's a big mission. It's going to take a long time. It's going to take a lot of resources, but we're very excited. And if people are willing, especially if they want to become monthly patrons or whatnot, it'll be extremely helpful to getting us off the ground. And the very first book we're going to produce is the Letters of St. Ignatius of Antioch, who was a disciple of the apostles. He was my confirmation saint. I call him St. Ignatius the Red Pill, because he basically opened my eyes to the Catholic faith, talking about the Eucharist, the apostolic succession, the authority of the church, the unity of the church, the altar. I mean, just all these incredible Catholic things, barely 70 years after our Lord's ascension. So that'll be our first project. We've got a lot to do on it. We're hoping it can come out by Easter next year, but we need people's help to do it. And we're very confident that when people, are able to have this first book in their hand, they'll get a sense of the gravity of what we're trying to do and how incredibly helpful it can be, not only to their, maybe their Protestant friends and family members who are willing to be open-minded, but also, as you mentioned, to some fallen away Catholics that we may know, to help them engage with this stuff. So,
right.
So there you go.
Well, certainly very ambitious, but also I think one that's, like you said, we need to bring the tools that we have to bear on recapturing and reanimating, in a sense, this lost knowledge, or at least this treasure trove of information that really kind of puts all the pieces together, right? So,
Yep.
So I invite our listeners to check out eternalchristendom.com and check that out. They've got a nice trailer there. If you want to become a patron, and I think it's really a worthy project that I'm looking forward to following as you get it developed. And by the way, we did talk to Deacon Harrison Garlick a little earlier last week, so he's going to be on our Spirit Drive as well. We talked about Acedia.
He's on our advisory board.
Yes, it looks like you've put together quite a board of advisors, a who's who, so to speak.
Yeah.
And
we've got more coming, more impressive names who are coming soon. So
fantastic. Well, I wish you all the luck, and God bless all your efforts. Give success to the work of your hands, as we say. And
thank you.
And thank you for joining us here today, Joshua Charles. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deacon. Appreciate it.
All right, you're welcome. You're listening to the Spring Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio. You can support us right now, 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. You can also reach us, donate at our website, holyfamilyradio.fm. You can do that anytime, secure, and we'll have more guests coming up on the Spirit Drive right after this.
Yes, welcome back, listeners. It is the final hour and a half of the 33-hour Holy Family Radio Spring Spirit Drive.
Amen.
2024. We know you're excited. We're excited, but a little bit sad. It's been a lot of fun. But mostly what makes us excited is hearing from you. So give us a call, won't you, at 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. If you give us a call, you can claim this book right here. 77 Ways to Pray with Your Kids. Whether you're a parent, a grandchild, this is a great resource to give you some ideas on how to pray with your children. No minimum donation required, but we would love it, of course, if you could donate. We are not yet to our goal, so it would mean a lot if you could give us a call and make a donation. Hey, $5 a month adds up to $60 a year. And you can do the math from there. I won't do all the different scenarios, but just a little bit, a cup of coffee worth of a donation. A cup of coffee worth of a donation per month is $60 a year to Holy Family Radio. That helps with things like tower lights needing to be replaced and new stations being established in Fostoria and Van Wert, which we are fervently working on.
Yep.
And in fact, we need to open the Fostoria station by the end of this year. Is that correct, Deacon Jeff?
That is correct.
Yeah, or the license or opportunity to do that closes.
It disappears, yes.
Disappears, yeah. So give us a call, won't you? 888-287-0655. You can also go to holyfamilyradio.fm or the Holy Family Radio app and make your donation there. Any way you want to do it, credit card, check, automatic bank transaction, the ACH transaction, whatever it is, it will work.
Yeah, just give us a call and you can say, I'll send you a check. Okay, that counts as a pledge. And then if you want us to send you a pledge letter, we can send you a pledge letter to remind you to send it in. It's totally up to you how you want to do it. We're very flexible and willing to work with you, whatever might be within your budget. So 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. Time is running out to be able to speak to someone here in the studio to make your donation. But even if you can't do it during the time that we're here live today, you can make your donation online anytime after the Spirit Drive here is over. I'll keep the Spirit Drive Fund opened until probably the end of next week so that your donation will count towards our Spirit Drive goal. And our goal, just like every other year, is just $1 more than we got the previous year. I don't want to have, I want to have faith. I don't want to lose faith that can happen, but we're quite a bit of ways away from our goal right now, over $10,000 short at this point in time. So if there's anything you can do to help close that gap, we certainly would appreciate it. 888-287-0655. We have had several donations come in online through our website, so I want to thank those folks for their support. I want to acknowledge that, just to let everybody know that once you do that, I get a notification right away so that I can get it entered into our tally, and if there's any matching funds, they will be matched dollar for dollar. Also want to mention we got a donation here just a short while ago in memory of Bill and Mildred Inkrot and Harry and Francis Girding. So I want to thank that person for that. You can do the same with your donation in honor or in memory of somebody, maybe for an anniversary, a birthday, grandchildren, marriage, who knows. 888-287-0655. And so now we've come to our last set of guests here at the Spring Spirit Drive. As we come to an end, we're going to bring on a couple people that I know pretty well. One I know extremely well, because it's my daughter, Becca Compton, and her cousin, Nicholas Check. And we brought them here today because you may have seen them, and hopefully you have, and maybe you can become a subscriber to their video podcast called The Post Row Show. So I'd like to welcome you guys to the Spring Spirit Drive today.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you so much for having us. Appreciate it.
So tell us a little bit about yourselves and maybe kind of the idea behind doing this podcast. And I'll start with you first, Becca.
Okay. Well, obviously, my name is Becca Compton. I'm 19 years old, and we started the Post Row Show, I would say almost 2 years ago.
Something like that.
Something like that. We started 2 years ago. We started it because we wanted something that would last a long time. We wanted something that would get the word out there, the pro-life movement, and we wanted to make a difference online. And we wanted to be able to do it just by ourselves and always have that with us. That's kind of like a safe hold kind of thing. Mm-hmm. And it's very special to us and hopefully special to other people too, to learn more about the pro-life movement and everything in it.
Yeah. I'm Nicholas Check. I'm the founder and president of the OSU Lima Students for Life Club, and now our Turning Point chapter that I just started up with 2 days left of classes. So that was a hassle to get wrapped up. But yeah, like Becca said, we started it in a way that way we can make the social media it's accessible to a lot of people. So it's an easy way for us to start to get our names out there. It's been very beneficial for me as I'm starting to do networking across big organizations like Students for Life, Turning Point USA, Leadership Institute. It's nice for them to look and see, oh, they actually have been making a name for themselves already. And yeah, I was kind of inspired by like Michael Knowles' podcast. But I like to use social media to reach a lot of people, and I don't know. I also love my cousin, so it's a great time that we can just sit down, talk about the pro-life movement, address questions that need addressed, and also, I get to spend time with my favorite cousin.
So when did you start this, and what are some of the kind of the topics and guests you've had on your program?
We probably started it, I'm thinking, like somewhere around 2 years. The
ago.
First year or so we did it. We didn't have many episodes get out. It was nice. It was a slow going process.
It was.
I hadn't figured out how to edit videos yet, so we had to let another guy do it. And he did a great job, but it was just we couldn't get videos out as fast because he had other things on his plate, which was fine. But as for some of the guests we've had on there, we've had people who they formerly worked at Planned Parenthood. We've had natural family planning.
Wendy M.
Yeah, what's the name? Practitioners. That's it.
That's the word you're looking for.
A lady by the name of Morgan Reese, who's now going to be the Michigan Students for Life coordinator. She was also previously pro-choice. I really like that episode.
That was a good episode.
Yeah, it's just some great testimonies. Who else am I missing?
We had Allison Stump and Kevin Jury on.
Yes, thank you.
I don't know if you said Jamie Curry.
I did not. Yes.
We had Jamie Curry on, so we had a bunch of regional coordinators and stuff.
Yeah, Jamie's the coordinator for Ohio.
Yep. I would say that's about it that we've had.
Well, we did also just record one with our...
We did also record one with that's not out yet. It comes out around Mother's Day with our moms. So that'll be a fun episode to watch. So.
Yeah, I witnessed that particular recording. So, and you guys do that right here in the studio, don't you?
Yes, we do.
So
we're kind of swap seats here. Usually we're over there.
That's right. That's right. I get to be in the driver's seat this time, right?
Yeah.
What platforms are you on? How does somebody find your podcast?
We're on YouTube at The Post Row Show, and then we're also on TikTok, Instagram. We had a Facebook, but that one's kind of becoming more inactive as our TikTok's becoming more popular now. Our first couple episodes are on Spotify, but we're also behind on that, like our Facebook.
Yeah, I've been talking with our tech guy.
Yeah.
He handles the Spotify, but we haven't gotten once I started taking up video editing. The bright side was we can get videos out faster. The downside was I don't know how to work our Spotify.
Yeah.
So we're in the process now of trying to get them all onto Spotify. I've been talking with him, and it's slow going, but in the future we should hope to have them back there.
Okay. So since I happen to kind of know what you guys have done in terms of your episodes, give us an idea of some of the different types of episodes, from interview to maybe reaction, types of content, because, normally you think about podcasts, it's just people talking, interviewing, but you do a bunch of other different things, right?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, if you want to start, Becca.
Okay. We do all sorts types of videos. So we do interviews. Obviously, we have a bunch of guests on. Those are probably one of our favorites to do. But we also have educational videos. So we have some religious videos about pro-life stuff, and then we have just plain pro-life education, and then we also have just fun TikTok react episodes where we react to pro-choice / feminist TikToks. So we do a bunch of range of stuff.
Yeah, and just to get a little more into the specific details of what those might look like, and some of the educational ones we pulled out a list of which we thought were maybe the most possibly persuasive pro-choice arguments. While I personally don't think there's a persuasive pro-choice argument, those were the ones that you most commonly would hear and are labeled pretty much like the top of the top. Like, these are the ones that they'll try to get you with. So we addressed those ones, and then the TikToks. It's just, those are kind of a fun way. It's like, oh, we watch a fun little video, and then it allows us to address maybe one specific, like, oh, here's their piece of like argument they're trying to put out there.
Yeah.
So it's just a fun way of narrowing down arguments.
That's very creative. Yeah. I'm gonna have to go search for that and check it out.
Yes, you are.
Hopefully, our listeners and viewers will do the same.
Right. And yeah, we're streaming this, Spirit Drive live on Facebook and YouTube and X. And we've had quite a few people watching on X, which I'm surprised by. So I just want to tell folks who are watching this I want to say podcast because I see you guys here. Anybody who is watching right now, if you're watching the feed from our pages, if you enter in any sort of comment, I see it live here in the studio. So if you have a question for these two or any sort of comments, you're welcome to do that, and I'll pass it on to them. That's one of the fun new things we are able to do here on the Spirit Drive. So I happen to know that you guys went to the March for Life, and you kind of documented that with your show. Tell us a little bit more about that and some of the people that you were able to meet there.
Want me to go first?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, we documented all 3 days of our trip. We interviewed so many people. So day one, you'll typically see like people on the bus who went with us, some of their testimonies. You'll see just us getting situated and all that stuff. Episode 2, we went to the cathedral, right?
Yeah, the Basilica.
The Basilica, that's right. And you'll see Peter Range in that episode. You'll see the bishop in that episode. You'll see so many familiar faces, and that happens to be one of our most popular out of the 3. Yeah. And then our last one is at the summit, and there we interviewed Abby Johnson. We interviewed Kristen Hawkins. We interviewed Avita King. Those are some of the bigger names that we have on there.
And Peter Range, because
Peter Range. Did I say Peter Range?
You did.
Did you say? I'm sorry.
She did.
I'm sorry. I was paying attention to the bigger names.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
Wow.
True.
I'm just kidding.
Peter, if you're
Just
listening.
keeping you humble, Peter. If you're listening, keeping you humble.
I don't think he would be offended.
Yeah,
too much.
I would say those videos we did while we were in DC are some of my favorites.
Yes.
I poured so many hours editing to those things on that
did.
trip. I slept very little on that trip. And yeah, the day 2. The one name you missed was a priest by the name of Father Patalinghung, Leo
yes.
Patalinghung.
Oh, sure.
The cooking priest,
Right.
the guy who beat Bobby Flay.
Yeah.
I love Father Leo. I met him when I was in my freshman year in NCYS in Indianapolis. I met him my junior year, and then we ran into him while we were at the Basilica.
It was such a funny way how we ran into him. I
and-
literally was standing there, and I look to the corner of my eye, and I see him, and I'm like, Nick, Father Leo's here!
Yeah, he I love his stuff. But yeah, that was one of my favorite quick little interviews because it was not what I was expecting whatsoever. But yeah, and we got the chance to meet with Alvita King and her team that was there. We had to ask if we were like, hey, is there time for an interview? They're like, if you catch us like right when we're leaving, because we got to get to the airport. I was like, sweet. So we camped out
We'll be
pretty much.
stalking outside the
we
door.
were.
We sat there for like what? 20
20
at the end, we got
minutes.
to like 20 minutes early just sitting there watching her until like it was like, all right, we're done signing books. All right, now get in here now.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, but those videos are my favorite. So if you need a good starting point, if you want to watch any of the videos, watch those 3 episodes together. And if you're like, maybe not the 3, at least 2 and 3.
Yes.
They're the best.
So we did get a comment or a question that came in on the feed here. Okay. What's your favorite part about working with family for this cause?
You go first.
Okay. Becca's like, well, I think. Anyway, I think everything in general. is better with family because at least you can trust them, and you never have to worry about like, oh, if there's a dispute. Like Becca and I, sometimes we have little issues when it comes to our different personalities and how we like to plan things. I never have to worry about like Becca doesn't want to talk anymore. We're family. You get over it. And having Uncle Jeff he gives us access to this fantastic radio station that you guys should donate to if you haven't yet. I'm gonna plug that. But yeah, family has given me access to I can always trust Becca to be here, and I know Uncle Jeff's always going to be here to help us out with this kind of stuff. And he also gives me pointers. I don't have to worry about critiques from him. It's like, oh, Nick, you could do this better. If that was coming from someone who wasn't my family, it might be a little, like, it might hurt me a little more. But it's like, oh, yeah, Uncle Jeff just wants the best for what's going on.
Yeah, I guess I would say definitely the fact that we're family, we can work together easily and get through any arguments that we may have very easily. And also I like the fact that my family, like even my mom, they can all give me advice on stuff, like advice on episodes that we should do, ideas. I love that factor, and that I can take those and I can take it to Nick and be like, here's what my family said, and then we can develop that idea or delete that idea if we don't like it. But I love it.
And there's also nothing more pro-life than a close family.
Oh yeah.
Oh, very, very well said. Absolutely. Yeah.
So this is the Spring Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio, 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. There is not much time left, hour and 9 minutes, according to my clock here, to call in and make your give us your best gift, whatever it is that you have on your heart to be able to help support us in this endeavor, help us to support folks like Becca and Nick to be able to do what they do, because we, through your various donations, we're able to provide this studio to them and actually any parish who would like to use this facility to be able to produce content for them. Would love to be able to do that, but that's really only possible through your generous donations. 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. Also online at holyfamilyradio.fm, holyfamilyradio.fm. And another comment came in, says, fantastic job, you guys. You love this. So,
Thank
you very much.
Thank you.
I'm glad you can stand listening to us talk regularly.
Oh my goodness.
Well, I think a lot of people enjoy the youth getting involved with various, aspects of ministry, advocacy, or even, dare I say, activism in some ways, because when you're an advocate, you are speaking for somebody. When you're an activist, I think you're speaking up, for more than that, perhaps. I don't know. I just like the idea of that, and I think people it resonates with them that there's hope for the future, I guess you might say, right? So, what other follow-up questions might we have?
Well, I was wondering what, what vision you have for your show over the next, say, year or two.
I should say over the next year. I know Becca has the goal of at least reaching 100 subscribers.
100 subscribers. We are around 69, 70 subscribers right now. My goal is to get to 100.
Yeah.
I at least want to have that many.
We're slow growing.
Yes.
We're hoping to maybe do some charity events in the future. We really want the channel not just to be about education or I'd like to say we're somewhat entertaining. But also turn it into more than that, in that it's also helping people, helping pregnant mothers or parents who need the support. We've been talking with Kevin and Allison about hopefully doing one in the future with maybe Catholic Charities. But really, on the broad scheme, someday I would love to see the channel actually be able to be monetized in a way, and then that money all be directed either back into the channel or for charities.
For moms in need.
Yes, and become a side, almost become a side charity if it could grow to that point someday.
If it could grow to that point.
Or a long ways away.
Yes.
But we got to keep at it, is just what it's about.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with Nick on all of those things. And I definitely think us starting to volunteer at places and record what these places are actually like. So on our TikTok, we have a video of what Heartbeat in Lima is actually like what it looks like, what they do. And I just think properly educating people on what like pregnancy centers are and what charities there are that we can help with and all that stuff is a big thing.
Instead of just saying, hey, there are resources out there, actually
covering
that, showing that, demonstrating that. Yeah, I'm sure that has a huge impact.
There's a lot of misinformation about pregnancy resource centers.
There really is.
When we spoke to it was either Caroline or Morgan, one or the other.
Okay.
We were talking about all the propaganda that's pushed out about pregnancy resource centers, and essentially the pro-choice people saying, "Hey, don't go to these places because of misinformation." And then when you look into what the misinformation is, you find out it's because they don't refer to abortion clinics. That's it. That's the misinformation they're talking about, and they're pretty upfront. Yeah, they offer life affirming help. They want to give you stuff that you can raise your child.
Life affirming choices.
Yes, absolutely. So it's not misinformation. They're going to tell you that when you go there, you're going to a pregnancy resource center, not a pregnancy ending center. Like they're very different. They're going to provide you resources for your pregnancy and after, while you have your child. I think Heartbeat
does till 3 years old.
Yes, that's it.
So you can stay with them. They offer clothes. They offer parenting classes, nursing classes. They offer free ultrasounds, diapers. And the thing is, they also have this point system, so nothing costs money for them, but they earn points, and so then they can learn budgeting. And they can learn how to spend their points right. Like maybe they should buy diapers instead of a nice shirt for their kid or a new toy. So they earn
the points by attending, for example, the parenting classes.
The
correct?
parenting classes, yes.
Yeah. And then they spend those points in, the baby store, so to speak.
Yes.
Yeah. Do I need diapers? Do I need a pretty little shirt?
Absolutely.
And maybe you do need the shirt. Maybe you have a special occasion. There's no judgment. But teaching valuable skills.
It really does.
Win-win. Yeah. That's great, again, that you're showing that and really demonstrating what some of those resources are. Yeah. Have you gotten any pushback, any negative energy coming at you?
TikTok, yes.
Yeah.
I'm actually on our Heartbeat video, none at all. But then when I started posting other pro-life stuff, those started getting comments like, well, why are you pushing the pro-choice? Like, you should not control women's rights to abortion, like those kind of comments. And so, I just responded the best of my ability on the TikTok. But I'm like, go to those resources, educate yourself a little more about the movement.
Yeah, I don't have TikTok. I don't touch TikTok. I don't need more social media on my phone. I'll let Becca handle that. But I've seen, I usually jump on the ones that I see on the YouTube videos. If I see a comment, I try to address it as best I can. I think it's funny when they say, like, oh, a woman's right to abortion, because that's such an oxymoron.
Yeah.
That's not a thing. There is no right to abortion.
But it's interesting how the media has twisted it to that, to make it seem like, well, that's a given. You know? No, it's not. It's not only not a given, it's not what everybody believes. And yet in the mainstream media, lamestream media, you'll hear that as if that's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really not.
Nick, do you get shouted down as a young man that's pro-life?
Yeah, that happens. Actually, just the other day when I was tabling on OSU's campus, this dude walked past me, and he's wearing like his short salmon pink shorts, and he's like, I know who you are, and you're a blight on America. And then he cussed me out. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. And yeah, some people, you get the regular, you shouldn't have an opinion on it because you're a guy, and it's nonsense. If anything, guys should be working extra hard on this kind of stuff, because the women have this fear. The men don't have to deal with that fear as much because we don't get pregnant. Men don't get pregnant. But the women have this fear instilled with them that's like, oh my goodness, I either can't have this kid right now because of financial issues or health issues or yada, insert XYZ. But men don't have these worries. So they should use their clarity and peace of mind to use that to benefit these women. Use it to be a place of shelter, provide for these women. We're called to be protectors. So men should step up, especially because we don't have that worry that's going to spread doubt in our mind. We need to be there instead to provide for the women because, like I said, that's how we protect. Men are called to do that. Yeah. Like, yeah, I can't stand the whole, you're a man. You shouldn't have an opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like saying like if you were white, you shouldn't have had an opinion on like, I don't
Yeah.
know.
On
voting,
racism against
yeah.
blacks.
Yeah.
It
It's
really
like,
is.
No,
It is exactly the same.
yeah, it's terrible.
And it's men also dodging the responsibility that they have
Exactly.
completely.
Yeah, making the problem actually worse. Because if more men were standing up, we'd probably have fewer abortions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Standing up and taking responsibility for that child and that woman and that family and all of that.
What's it's a huge percentage, the number of like abortions are because primarily like financial situation or because the father's not or is either encouraging or is just not around. If more men would stay around, we wouldn't have as many abortions.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Men need to step up.
I agree.
Yeah.
100%.
Well, you guys are an inspiration. Do you have friends or colleagues? Oh, yeah, we know this team that's doing this over in Texas, and if you started to find some networking a little bit with some other younger adults that are really trying to get active in this space and in social media and podcasting and whatnot.
Not directly for the Post Row Show. I don't know about you, Beck, but I got involved with an organization called Leadership Institute, and they're primarily involved in doing training for college-age students, and they flew me out to St. Louis last month for a training course where I got connected with a couple guys from Arizona, Texas, California, Chicago, and now we're all essentially we've been in talking to each other, and we're going to attend another training conference in Detroit this summer. We'll get the chance to meet Charlie Kirk, Candace Owens, Will Witt, Vivek Ramaswamy. We get to meet all these guys, and I guess and girl, all while we're in Detroit. So yeah, I am starting to develop a networking group, but not specifically for this channel. Although
is that a pro-life? I'm not familiar with it. So the Leadership Institute, is it a pro-life organization?
It's not specifically pro-life. It is conservative though.
Conservative.
So yeah, they do primarily a lot of free speech stuff, but also work with pro-life organizations. So essentially, if you have a conservative group or libertarian group on a college campus, you can work with them. They are nonpartisan, so it can't be like Young Republicans or something. But since I have a Students for Life club, they reached out to me and said, hey, we'd love for you to start attending our training courses. They teach you how to talk on whatever issue essentially you have. They can also provide free speakers to come to your campus. I have a list of over 100 speakers that I could have come to my campus to talk about, range from border crisis, economics, pretty much name
all
it.
kinds of topics.
Oh yeah, you name a topic, they have it, and they provide all that free of charge thanks to their donors.
That's nice.
Yeah,
That's
they're
nice.
incredible.
Are you able to cull items from speakers from that list that you might be able to maybe invite to be guests on your show?
I'm not totally sure. I know Kristen Hawkins is actually on that list.
Really?
She is. She's probably like the biggest name that I recognized. There was a few other people directly from Students for Life that I recognized. I couldn't remember off the top of my head. I'm not sure if I could have them on the channel. I don't know if it has to be specifically on a college campus. They are having Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens are speaking on main campus this fall, and I'm working with main campus to essentially bus some people down there for the event. So that should be cool, but I'm not totally sure. I could maybe possibly see if I could interview them in person for really quickly, but I don't know if I could get them here since it's not part of the college campus.
Yeah. So it's a campus based kind of college ministry focused program.
Correct.
Gotcha. Well, very fascinating. You're listening to Holy Family Radio's Spring Spirit Drive. We must be into the final hour.
We are.
Yeah.
We're down to it.
Yeah, I can't tell the time, but just based on my
5:03.
5:03. We've tapped into it. It is the final hour, listeners, of the 33-hour Holy Family Radio Spring Spirit Drive. If you've been meaning to call, if you've been meaning to donate online, now is the time. If not now, when? It is the final hour. Go ahead and text your spouse, your significant other person that you consult with on budgets, whatever that is for you, and make a decision. What is the donation going to be? Give us a call, 888-287-0655. How about calling or texting your friends and family and reminding them that this is the Spirit Drive, it's closing, it's the final hour. Give them a little bit of a friendly nudge to give us a call. Anyone who calls may ask for a copy of 77 Ways to Pray with Your Kids. or grandkids or nieces or nephews or any young person whose soul you care about or faith life you care about. So it is yours for the asking, no minimum donation required. Give us a call at 888-287-0655.
Yep.
How we doing, Deacon Jeff?
We're doing just fine. Hey, those books, by the way, are courtesy of the Mustard Seed Gift Shop here in Glandorf, Ohio. So they had some extra copies. So we had the opportunity to give them away. We thought it was a good idea because, you were always looking for ways to engage our kids more deeply into the faith, and what better way than to pray with them. And sometimes we're thinking, well, just how do we do that beyond, let's say the rosary, or just saying like a good night prayer or whatever else. Well, this book has lots and lots of different ways, creative ways, to be able to integrate prayer into your family's life. So all you need to do is call 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. Comment just came in, says, great job. They'd love to meet Candace Owens. Yeah. Who wouldn't want to love to meet her,
Well,
right?
if she'll be in Columbus, you could attend the event. So
Yeah.
keep an eye out.
Yeah, absolutely.
What's the date of that event?
Oh, we haven't got the date back yet, but it
okay.
will be.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're fine. But it'd be wise to keep an eye out for it.
Yes.
Follow Nick.
Yeah.
Follow Becca. Follow the Post Row Show.
Yeah.
Follow
Or
Pastor Show.
if you follow OSU Lima Students for Life on Instagram, I'm sure I'll post about it as it starts to get closer when that date will be.
Fabulous. 888-287-0655. That's the number to call. The phone rang a moment ago, but there is another line open for you, dear listener, dear viewer. We're looking at you. We're calling out to you. It is time to give us a call. Maybe you're a recurring donor. That's fantastic. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Maybe you could just call and nudge that up just a little bit. Maybe a few more dollars per month that you might be able to do to help support keeping the voice of Catholic radio on the air, broadcasting the truth with clarity and charity, providing that beacon of truth.
Beacon of Truth.
Beacon
That's
of
right.
Truth. Deacon Burke Sivers' show is called, and all the other wonderful programming on Catholic radio. So give us a call, 888-287-0655. It's the crunch hour, and we want to hear from you, right, Deacon Jeff?
That's right, we do. We want to hear from you now, 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. Many of you, I am sure, are on your way home from work. You might be listening in the car. This might be your normal time that you'd be listening to Al Cresta's show. And unfortunately, we need to break into your regular programming to ask you to help us in this ministry, in this work that we do, to evangelize all the people that are out there searching, looking for the truth. And Catholic radio has the fullness of truth. The Catholic Church, that's where it resides, and it's the place that we're all called to be as our home. So 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. Also, holyfamilyradio.fm. Holyfamilyradio.fm is our website to be able to make a donation online via credit card or a bank transfer, however you'd like to do it, one time or a recurring donation. Totally up to you. We can help you set it up if you call 888-287-0655. So you guys have triggered a lot of viewing here on Facebook Live. Just want to let you know that. So you guys are fairly popular. Appreciate that. It makes us popular. Okay.
I think we're getting the idea here. We just need to hang with the cool kids.
That's right.
We're cool kids now.
Hang with the cool kids. You never thought of yourself as a cool kid?
Never
Oh,
once.
really?
Never really, huh? Okay. So, one of the fun things I get to do is I get to sit, back here and kind of direct everything. You guys got questions for us that work in media or anything like that that you'd like to know from us?
Question.
Turn the tables.
Yeah.
Tables turn.
Table turns.
Turns table. I put
Hard
you on the spot
questions.
now, haven't I?
Yes,
Yeah,
you really
I'm trying to
have.
think.
Yeah.
I don't
I
want to
am.
ask. I don't want to ask a question that everybody already knows. At what point? Okay, where did the idea of the radio station come from? Because I remember when you guys were situated out of like a really tiny
Trailer.
trailer. Yeah, I remember the trailer. I remember the tour I had way back when I was like a tiny tot. But like, where did the idea for the radio station come from?
Oh, the radio station was the genesis of it was Tom and Marianne Dietering. It was mostly Tom who had this idea. What was he doing? Many of his children did not practice the faith, and it was a concern to him. And one evening, he was able to pick up Mother Angelica's radio station from Alabama. Okay, and so he thought, well, that would be a good thing to have, to bring to our area to serve as a way to evangelize people. So he embarked on a several-year effort to see that come to fruition. Okay, so it took a long time of talking to people, trying to find, the resources necessary to do a Catholic radio station. And believe me, back at that time in the mid-2000s, there wasn't a whole lot. So it's really a testament to their perseverance and the faith of the people around in this area to see it come to completion. So there are a whole lot of people that are who were involved with that deserve much credit for it, and many of those same people are donors that have been longtime supporters. So that's where it came from for Holy Family Radio, and we've just kind of taken it and let it kind of nurtured it and helped to hopefully make it grow to what it's now is today.
Watered that seed a little bit.
Right.
There were great pictures out at the trailer. I don't know if the board or you, Deacon Jeff, have considered bringing them here, but there were great pictures out at the trailer of building the first tower.
Yeah.
So is that signal still on that tower, isn't it?
Yeah. That's our main tower for WJTA, and I call it the Midwestern work ethic, the farmers, we can do it type of thing. This tower was acquired from somewhere, and they got it delivered in pieces. And so some of the folks here figured out how to properly align the footings for the tower to go on. They poured the cement, and they hired a couple of steeplejacks and a crane company to come in. And they built it up in a day or a day and a half.
I still remember and I still remember the grassroots fundraising campaign in the parishes when it was first being established. Just a lot of really dedicated people out there doing that. So we're gifted. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, where do you guys all have towers at? Like, where can you all access?
Well, right now we have 2 radio signals. One is over by Holy Family in between Lipsick and New Cleveland. Okay, we have a tower. That's where the original trailer still sets. We don't use that studio anymore, but that houses our transmitter and all the equipment necessary for WJTA. That's 88.9. And then our other tower is in Ada on the campus of Ohio Northern University. So we bought their radio station, their license, back in 2020. And so we acquired all their radio equipment and their tower, and it sits on their property right where it was when we bought it. And we lease, it's like some sort of open land lease that we're able to have that tower. So we fully own the towers that we have. Many radio stations have to rent or, lease their towers. And that's what we did for Finley when we had that station. But that was really, really expensive. So that was our biggest expense. And once 94.9 came on the air and kind of covered the same territory, we were able to sell it and reduce our expenses, which is an example of how we try to prudently spend the donations that we are given.
Yes.
And thankfully, because of the donations that were given and how we're responsible with them, that we were able to acquire the Ada station when it was available. Okay, we didn't have to borrow any money to acquire that station.
Wow.
So that's important too. We Holy Family Radio, I never mentioned that at all. The fact that
not this year, but we used to mention that a lot in prior years, the importance of being able to jump on an opportunity when it happens, because sometimes a station as you mentioned, it's put up for sale and you have to act on it quickly, or somebody else may gobble it up.
Right.
And so, having those funds in the coffer to be able to act on that has been critical to the expansion of Holy Family Radio.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And also the fact that we've had zero debt from the very beginning. So we were able to fundraise the generosity of all the people that were involved to be able to, start this without any of that burden right from the get-go. Many stations, including Annunciation Radio up in Toledo, had to borrow a lot of money to be able to get that to go. So we've been very fortunate in that.
That's crazy. And right now, you guys are trying to get the Fostoria one? Tower in Fostoria right now?
Yeah. Right now, that's a good question. We, a couple of years ago, the FCC opened up a window for people to apply for a construction permit, is what they call it. There's a process that you have to apply for a permit to build a station, and you have to have a community of license where that is licensed to. And there can't, whatever frequency that you want, you have to use an engineer to figure out if there's an open frequency, that there's not a lot of interference from other stations and everything else. So we went and applied, and we got approved by the FCC for 2 stations. One is Fostoria, the other is Van Wert.
Okay.
And so the first one that we're working on and building is Fostoria. That's currently active. The tower is going to be north of Bascom, Ohio, which is northeast of Fostoria. And that signal will reach all of Fostoria, Seneca County, into Tiffin probably, and cover that area. And then Van Wert will be a directional signal right outside of Van Wert, and that will cover Van Wert County and areas that it'll be right on the edge of what 88.9 and 94.9 cover now. So it's really going to help us to cover the entire southern edge or border of the Toledo Diocese.
That's crazy.
That's impressive.
That is.
Well,
I'm glad that impresses you.
yeah.
I love this station. Like this
This
place is awesome. So much better than the trailer. I like the trailer, but this place
The
is
trailer
awesome.
was nice. But this is even better to have like a nice table where everyone can sit at.
It was crowded. To have more
It
than
was.
2 guests was very cozy.
Yeah.
And they had to share a microphone. It was it was
Yes.
difficult, and 5 was almost comical when we tried to get that many in the studio with us, because it was cozy. So we're very blessed to have this. So you two are obviously very passionate about the pro-life movement. What would you say are the main things that you want anybody or maybe those of your generation to know about pro-life?
You can start this.
Oh, I'm starting this time. Can you repeat the question for me?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
What would you say are the things, like, you had enough passion to start this, so there must be some voices within you of, I really want the world to know, fill in the blank about the pro-life movement. Like, what are the things that you feel, that message that you really want to get out?
I guess the message I want to send is I just want education to be out there about abortion. I feel like growing up that even in like 4th, 5th grade, I knew I was pro-life because I grew up pro-life, but I didn't exactly know what it meant to be pro-life and know what it meant to be against abortion and what abortion is. And honestly, if we could get more resources out there for like kids of that age to at least learn what it is and to learn like what the message is of the pro-life movement, I think educating kids, teenagers at a young age is very important to get them in the pro-life movement. And it just kind of resonated with me, especially when we got, I think it was Jordan Mormon, who was our original Ohio Right to Life coordinator.
Yeah, Students for Life.
Students for Life coordinator. And he originally came and talked, and the moment I heard Apologetics 101, it was like a spark in my head. I was like, oh my goodness, I need to start this thing. I'm going to do it. So I talked to my mom, I talked to everybody, and then I made it happen. And I was like, fantastic, great. And so I guess I really just want to get the word out there and keep it going. And then you're going to spark more people into the movement like we did with Ella. It sparked her curiosity and her passion for the movement. So I guess that's what I really want to get out there more.
Yeah. How about you, Nick?
Yeah. I think primarily, obviously education's important. But one thing I've really want to inspire more of is courage. People really, I table on campus regularly, and I hear a lot of the same, well, yeah, I don't like abortion, but like, I don't know. I think we kind of need it. And I get very tired of like this wishy-washy. People are just, they don't like it, but they're not willing to stand up and talk about it. And there's,
Do you ever push them to say, why don't you like it?
Yes, I do.
Why don't you like it?
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely.
and take that to its logical conclusion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we can often, like, it's pretty common actually. So we can reach some sort of agreement. But you can't be a libertarian on this issue and just say like, hey, they can do what they want and I can do what I want. No. If you either have to be okay with abortion or against it. And if you're against it and you truly think this is killing other people, you can't just do nothing. And it's very easy for people just because you don't hear the voices of the unborn. So you just go about your day. Yeah, I don't like abortion, but I don't want to bring it up with this other friend. I really like that friendship, so I'm not gonna bring it up with them or this relative or insert XYZ, whatever. What I would love to do with the channel and inspire primarily men but obviously both women too. But it's just this courage to it's okay to stand up for it because you should stand up for it. We can't just sit by and educate. And we'll talk about it with the people who share the same beliefs. Like I'll sit down with another pro-lifer and we'll talk about like, yeah, it's good to be pro-life. That's great. It's fun to have people,
support.
Support. But we can't just beat around the bush of this issue. We have to take it from the roots and uproot it because it's toxic. We can't leave it in society. And I think more people need to be willing to stand up for what they believe and not just, I don't want to hurt people's opinions. Well, the reality of the world is no matter what you believe, you're going to offend somebody. Like you're going to offend somebody, and make sure when you do that, you're standing on the right side.
Yeah. Well said.
I agree with that. That too.
Yeah. You're going to offend somebody.
You
always.
are. Always.
Whether it be your pro-life friends or your pro-choice friends, somebody's going to get offended. And that's the reality of it. But make sure you're on the side of truth.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah. Aren't these youth inspiring? If you're inspired, pick up that phone and give us a call.
Please.
888-287-0655. If you're encouraged and inspired by this, Catholic Radio brought it to you. That's not taking anything away from their wonderful podcast. Hopefully their podcast you also enjoyed and brought that message to you. But, it's very inspiring to hear of our youth being passionate about the things that we believe in as Catholics. And, you're hearing this on Catholic Radio because donors have supported it over the last 14 years of our existence. But we can't exist in a vacuum. We can't continue to rely on donations of the past. Expenses continue to mount as costs rise, and as we continue to try to expand into that Fostoria station, which has to be done by the end of the year. Give us a call, won't you, and make your pledge. 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655.
That's right, 888-287-0655. Make that phone call right now. We've got 2 lines open right now. I can see through the window of our studio over to the volunteers. They need to be busy. 888-287-0655. They really do want to take down your information and put it on a little card to pass it over to me to add to our total here. It's getting down to about less than 40 minutes till the end of Spirit Drive 2024. 32 and a half hours almost in. It seems kind of incredible to think about when I think about being able to do something like this, and being able to do it and not have people come in here with pitchforks and all that to say get out of here. Like we need somebody else or whatever. It's all crazy. It's amazing. I never had it on my bingo card, but but it is truly a labor of love. We have to do what we can to help change hearts and minds of our culture today. If we don't do it, if we don't work hard to keep this voice, this radio station alive, then that voice is silenced, just like all the voices of the unborn are silenced through the scourge of abortion. So we need to work together to make that change happen. And Holy Family Radio and Catholic Radio have been doing that now for almost 14 years. And we want to do that for another 14 years. But that's only possible through the generous donations of our listeners. We are 100% listener supported. We don't get money from any grants. We don't get money from the diocese. We never ask for money from the diocese. They've got their own ministries and whatever they have. They serve such a great purpose. So we're not going to burden them. But that means the burden's on you and I to make sure this radio station keeps going and moving forward. It's 888-287-0655. The phone is busy now, but there still is one other line available for you to make that phone call. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. So that is not my last plea here for this particular spirit drive, but we are getting very close to the end. And I've got two young people who have been doing some good work. So what is planned for the Post-Rose Show? What upcoming episodes do you have planned or coming up to be released yet?
Well, we have one. I mentioned it earlier. It's our Mother's Day episode. We actually invited both of our moms to come on, and we talked, and then we just had a fun time. A lot of Google searches in that episode. And then we also have, I don't know when this one's going to come out, but we also did another TikTok React episode to feminist TikToks, so look forward to that. That's going to be exciting and interesting to watch.
That's at least the two we have recorded as of right now. They're in the works. Sorry, editing can take me some time.
It's okay.
I just finished my finals week, so now I have time to sit down and work on all that stuff. But as for future ideas for episodes, we do always appreciate viewer input.
Oh,
so
yes.
if you ever have a recommendation for a topic you want to hear, if you have a testimony you want to share, please, you can reach out to us.
100%.
Like, if you're in the area, we're more than willing to meet with you. Like when I met Wendy or Caroline, I had never met them before. We just sat down and we did an interview.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's totally fine. If you have a cool testimony you want to share, tell us. If you have an idea for an episode, also let us know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Any recommendations are greatly appreciated.
Yeah, we're small. It's not like like don't be frightened. No idea is too like obscure. We're good with it. Yeah.
All right. So where do folks find you on your channels? Where do they get to learn more about the Post-Rose Show and subscribe? I know you want subscribers.
Oh yeah.
Yes, 100%. I want at least 100 subscribers, everybody.
100? Just 100?
That's
I
where
want
she
more.
wants. I'm way higher than her.
Okay, I want more than 100, but 100 is like the standard for now.
Yeah.
Till we get
Just
it.
to at least hit that. There's milestones.
But you can find us on YouTube at The Post-Rose Show, and you can find us on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, but that one's not really active at the moment. Same thing with Spotify. It's not really active, but you can find us all on The Post-Rose Show on all those socials.
Yeah, and if you subscribe on YouTube, obviously you'll get notifications there. Or if you're on Instagram, you'll get a notification every single time. We post every single time a video comes out about the topic. You'll have the thumbnail and just easy. You see that come up on your Instagram? Oh, cool. Go check it out. Simple as that.
So what about X? You didn't mention X.
We don't use X.
We don't
as
have
of
an
right now.
X.
We probably,
Yes.
we probably could.
Need to look into it.
Yeah.
Well,
We can have our,
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth a shot. We can have our social media person jump on that.
Yeah,
Why
we
not?
can.
Yeah, I was going to say because one thing that I've been surprised with during this spirit drive is the fact that we're streaming on X for the first time ever, and we've had almost as many watchers on X as we have on Facebook.
Wow.
So, including the one interview earlier today, we had over 10 people watching on X, and I was just blown away by that.
Nice.
Yeah.
So, but that's the thing about what you're doing and what we're trying to do is we're reaching people where they are, right?
Yeah.
You're putting
Yes.
content out that can be consumed, and and hopefully it continues to grow and maybe even inspire others to be able to kind of do the same thing, because you're not looking to be the only one, the big gorilla, right? It's like,
Yeah.
no, it's like it's a grassroots effort, I think,
really
in some
is.
ways, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It really is.
Yeah, I'd wanted to ask you, what advice would you offer to others looking to start a podcast on a topic that is of, importance and passion to them?
Ooh, that's. Well, I guess. I don't know how. Like you said, other people can have access to the radio station if they're within the area, right?
Right.
So I would say take advantage of whatever opportunities you have around the area. But also, if you want to stay small, it doesn't take a lot. You have
really
a
doesn't.
camera, a microphone, and like some random video editing software. It does not take very much to record and then edit a video and post it. Find something you're passionate about and do it. Whether that be pro-life topics or it be, I don't know, maybe you're more interested about
Daily life stuff.
yeah, daily stuff. Yeah,
Whatever.
Bird watching. Who knows?
Yeah. Like any topic, if you have a topic you're passionate about, I know you can just rant about whatever topic you're passionate about, and then you record it, edit it out every time you slip up, which I do a lot, and then just post it. Yeah, it does not take very much. If you want to use a station like this, it helps it look more professional. But yeah, find a little space in your house or something. It doesn't,
Some little
start
nice
small.
corner. Yeah, I agree with Nick 100% on that.
Yeah, I know. I built my own little recording corner in my bedroom, actually. That way I can start doing some from at-home stuff in the future. I love my little setup I have there. It's nothing huge, but also, yeah, it's quaint. I like it.
Very good. That's some good advice.
Thank you.
Yeah. 888-287-0655. We're going to keep giving out that number. We're going to keep pleading with you and asking you to give us a call in this final
Half hour.
of the 2024 Spring Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio. We have, it looks like both phone lines open
Both
right
phone lines
now.
are open right now.
If I'm seeing them correctly.
Yes.
So call 888-287-0655. You can also go to holyfamilyradio.fm or the Holy Family Radio app. If you call, you may ask for 77 ways to pray with your kids or grandkids or nieces or nephews or godchildren or anybody else that you want to pray with. It's a collection of a lot of great ideas, very short, contained in a page, a very quick resource for anyone looking for that. No minimum donation is required. Call and ask for it. We'd love it if you could make a donation as well or increase your recurring donation. That would be fantastic. But we have the Mustard Seed gave us
Yes.
many copies of this, and they are yours for the taking. 888-287-0655. We haven't rung the bell for a new donor.
No, we haven't.
Did we even ring it for a new donor today? I'm not sure if we did. You don't have to check. I just didn't recall.
I don't think so. Yeah, I think
That
you're right.
means that we are very shy of our goal on new donors, because we're hoping to get 20 new donors this Spirit Drive, and I think we entered the day at not even 10.
That's right.
So how about bombarding the phone lines and the you can identify yourself as a new donor, can't you, if you donate online? Can you do that, Deacon Jeff?
No, I don't have that.
You don't have that capacity. Okay.
Well, I didn't put the question on there.
Okay. All right. So that means that you have an excuse to call us
Yes.
and let us know that you are a new donor, and we can ring this fun little bell over here. I'm going to try not to ring it while I hold it up for the camera. There it is. Give us a call, become a new donor, and help. It makes you a member of the family.
Yeah.
The Holy Family Radio family, and just like any family can't function without all its members, we can't function without you. So give us a call, 888-287-0655.
That's right. It is now, 27 minutes till the end of the Spirit Drive. We've had you guys on here for a good hour now. So that means your time's up.
Okay.
Aw.
Well, we
Well,
appreciate
I want to
it.
hear those phones going off.
Yeah, I know.
Someone should definitely call while we walk out. Just so when we walk into
Oh,
that lobby, we
there
can
it
hear the
goes.
phone ringing and know it was you.
That's
Yeah,
Pretty
right.
awesome.
It just rang.
Yeah.
There it
just
goes. Keep
Awesome.
going. Keep going.
That's right. So is there something that we failed to ask you or anything that's kind of popped popped in your mind that you'd like to share with our audience before we let you go?
I think you covered the heft of it, but make sure you subscribe if you're listening.
Yes.
Yeah, you should.
Definitely.
Subscribe
our
to the
goal.
Post Row Show.
Yes.
Yes.
And even follow our other social medias if you're wanting to.
Fantastic.
Very good.
Well, thank you.
Yes, thank you guys
Thank
so much
you
for
guys
having
for
us.
having us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming in. We appreciate it greatly.
Yep.
And listeners, we appreciate you. Viewers, we appreciate you. Help us know that you're out there. Give us a call, 888-287-0655. Maybe make a donation in honor and celebration of inspired youth.
Yes.
How about that?
Yeah.
If you were inspired by listening to Becca and Nick, give us a call, 888-287-0655, and make your donation in support of pro-life or in support of passionate youth out there tilling the fields, so to speak.
Right.
You can also go to holyfamilyradio.fm or to the Holy Family Radio app.
Yep. 888-287-0655. Both phone lines are busy, I believe, at the moment. So if you get a busy signal, try back again. I love saying that. Keep trying, and we'll process these donations or these calls as they come in. And this is something that we always sort of anticipate at the close of a spirit drive, because it is that final time that you get a chance to talk to us, and last time we get a chance to talk to you about the spring spirit drive. So 888-287-0655, online holyfamilyradio.fm, holyfamilyradio.fm. What do you think? Should we go to a quick break and kind of see what's going on out there? And
Yeah, let's
And,
do that. We'll get
then
an
we'll
update on where things stand, and we
finish
can
with the
come back.
flourish?
Yep.
Okay. We'll do that. This is Deacon Jeff Compton along with Kim Schrader here in the studios of Holy Family Radio with Spring Spirit Drive 2024. We're within our last half hour of the drive. We will go to a quick break, and we will come back and we'll push on to the very end. Thank you, and we'll be right back. All right, we are back here at the Spring Spirit Drive here. Deacon Jeff along with Kim Schrader in the Holy Family Radio studios. Had a chance to go and check out at the front desk there. Had a number of phone calls come in. Hopefully they are off the lines now, so there is room open for you to call us at 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. We got a generous donation from a donor from St. John in Glandorf. Also, someone who offered a donation in honor of Monsignor Holmbrink's 50th anniversary of his ordination. So thank you for that donation, and on behalf of Monsignor Mike. Here's someone who has changed and increased their recurring monthly donation by $10 a month. See, that's a very easy way to donate. In that case, they're increasing it by $10 a month. That's $120 more that they're able to give. That might be a strategy that you might want to take if you are already a recurring donor to be able to do that. That's an option. Another parishioner from St. Nicholas in Miller City, thank you for that. And also now, at last, right now, we have a new donor. So ring that bell, Kim. Yay, we love it. We love it. Parishioner, thank you so much for that donation. You are eligible to get one of those books that we've talked about that you can pick up at the Mustard Seed over in Glandorf, one of the 8 books that we have available for a selection. So 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. 18 minutes left before we have to go back to regular programming, which will be Catholic Answers. So that's all I got to say about that.
How about you answer the call and give us a call at 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. If you have been a recurring donor, how about increasing that recurring donation, an additional $5 or $10 per month? Mm-hmm. That's a cup of coffee these days. Mm-hmm. Why not give us a call at 888-287-0655 and increase that donation, help support keeping Holy Family Radio on the air, keeping that fabulous Catholic programming that you've gotten accustomed to over the airways over the last 14 years.
That's right.
That this station has been on the air.
14 years. I can't believe it.
Yeah, hoping to be another 14 and beyond, because this culture needs that voice out there. It needs that information, that edification, that evangelization that Catholic radio can provide. Mm-hmm. So partner with us, won't you? Give us a call at 888-287-0655 or go to holyfamilyradio.fm or the Holy Family Radio app and make your donation there.
That's right. There are many benefits to Catholic radio that we've been talking about, from education to other things such as spiritual growth. We've got such a wide range of programming that's available. Help listeners grow in their faith, because we do have daily mass every day. We do have the rosary prayed twice a day. Divine Mercy Chaplet every day at 3 p.m. We've got lots of different talks. Father John Ricardo, the Lighthouse Catholic Media, interviews with theologians and other experts. Catholic Radio can provide valuable insights into Catholic teaching and practice. As a listener, you already know that, but there are people out there who need to hear those types of things. So Catholic Radio also builds a community. It helps listeners feel more connected to this larger Catholic community out there by hearing stories of faith and listening to the discussions about important issues. You can feel like you're a part of something bigger than yourself. We heard many stories here from our people, from the interviews that we've done here during the Spirit Drive about their conversion, the people that they've helped to come, deeper in the faith, to come to the Catholic Church. And Catholic Radio is a big part of that. Catholic Radio can be a source of inspiration and encouragement in difficult times. Our programs can offer a message of hope and comfort and guidance. A lot of people call with different issues to programs like More to Life, as well as the Doctor is In from Dr. Ray Garendi. offers great advice on how to navigate many of life's challenges, both for yourself, relationships with others, and greater issues amongst family and friends. Evangelization has to probably be the number one reason for Catholic radio. It is really a very effective tool. Believe it or not, even in today's age, radio is still the dominant media for people. It may not be for the younger people necessarily. We're talking the kids in high school and college. But after that, it is by far the number one media in terms of penetration for folks that are listening on a daily basis. That's important. So the Catholic Church, the Catholic radio, shares the gospel message with those who may not be familiar with it or who have drifted away from the church. That is super, super important, because a lot of times people don't think that faith and going to Mass and those things don't really matter all that much. And in the short term, if that's your thinking, in some ways that's probably true. It doesn't seem like it matters all that much. But those of us who live it and who know it know that it's very relevant and so necessary for navigating life and the storms that come up in our lives each and every day. Sometimes it seems like, but when those things happen, you've got a strong, firm foundation upon which to stand. Catholic radio is a way to kind of evangelize to those who are in those sorts of situations. We've talked about education. There's catechesis that's being done all the time with all the questions and answers. And of course, it's family friendly. You're always going to get something for everybody, and it's not going to be mature audiences, so to speak. So it's all ages. Families can listen together and engage in discussions about faith and values and morality.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all there. 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. You have just barely 12 minutes to make that phone call or to go online for us to get that into our pledge drive total. We've made some progress definitely in the last hour or two. So let me take a look real quick at where we're at. We are roughly we're on par with what we did 2 years ago. I'll say that. Last year was a record year. We'd love to have that, but maybe that was an anomaly. I don't know. Maybe there's someone out there who can make a big, big difference. Maybe you do have an extra, I don't know, $5,000 or $10,000 perhaps. That would go a long ways to help. And I'm not kidding, and I'm not afraid to ask either, because this is important work and it's necessary, and it's kind of what we need to be able to do and continue what we do.
Mm-hmm.
But that might be a big ask for somebody, but a $10 ask for somebody is a big deal too. So I'm not trying to minimize that. You know about the story of the widow's mite, right? The one who gave, a small coin, and it just turns out that might have been her only coin, right? It's all that she had. So she gave more. She gave more than those who had plenty and just gave from their extra, their surplus, but she gave out of what she needed. So I'm not exactly asking for that, but maybe consider that in what it is that you support, and maybe Catholic radio can be one of those things that you will support even greater than you have, or even just be motivated to do it for the first time. Join Holy Family Radio's family today, 888-287-0655. We have one line taken. We have one line open right now at 888-287-0655.
Deacon Jeff, Catholic radio can also be a great, you mentioned how it can be family friendly. It can be a great spark for conversation among the family, mm-hmm. that maybe a few topics might just seem out of left field or out of the blue to bring up, but you hear it on the radio and you can follow up and have additional conversation with a family member on that topic, especially if they were listening at the same time you were, or even if they weren't. You could say, hey, I just heard this on the radio and I wanted to mention, or do you have a question about that? Or whatever way it works for you to spark conversation, Catholic radio can do that. It can be that spark of conversation. It could be that classroom in the car for education. It can be all those things that Deacon Jeff mentioned, but it can't be here at all without listener support.
That's right.
We are 100% listener supported. That means you, dear listener, we need you to give us a call at 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655.
That's right. We just got a donation online of $100. I want to thank that person for their generous donation. Like I say, we get notification here in the studio when those come in, and those will be included in our total. So if you are at a place where you're away from your computer, or you're not able to get on your phone to be able to, go to our website and tap on the form, you can do it later. It doesn't, I'm going to keep the fund open for all of next week. So through next Friday, you're able to donate towards this Spirit Drive. Okay. And really you can donate anytime, but for the Spirit Drive itself, keeping it open until next week. So you still have an opportunity to be able to support us in this effort for 2024. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655.
We're down to the last 8 minutes of the 2024 Spring Spirit Drive. It has been a pleasure to talk with all the different guests that we've had throughout the last 3 days. And if you missed any of those interviews and you want to catch them, go to YouTube and you'll be able to find most of them there. Right now, they'd be probably in, I don't know the technology, how that works. Are they in larger chunks from the live stream, or will you be chopping them up in the future for distinct interviews?
No, if you were to go to our YouTube channel, you could go to the live section, and the live chunks that we have recorded, because 8 hours, 4 hours at a time, those are there. So you can kind of zip through those and find the section that you want. I'll be taking time to kind of break those up into individual guest interviews. And then eventually I'd like to break down sections of those where we ask, specific questions, or there was a particularly, good nugget of wisdom or information. Because, right at the very beginning, our very first guest interview in the studios was Rob Spicer from St. Michael the Archangel Parish in Findlay, talking about the Chesterton Academy that they're looking to bring to Findlay. That's a great opportunity for a classical Catholic education, high school education in this area. So, if you want to find more out about it, because they're really in the early process of trying to bring that to fruition, hey, I invite you to go and check that interview out. And we did so many other good ones all the way throughout this that I think we're gonna be able to post a lot of good stuff for you to kind of consume as you can. And so with about 6 minutes left, 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. And Kim, this is the last, 5-6 minutes or so of Spirit Drive 2024.
Yep.
This is our 10th year.
It is.
Wrapping it up. This is our 10th year doing these Spirit Drives together. What an amazing thing that this has turned into.
When you told me it'd been 10 years, I couldn't believe it. If I had to guess, I would have guessed it was maybe 6 or 7.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's gone fast. It's always a lot of fun. I love getting out here and talking with you and talking with all our guests and like so many things, sometimes when you give just a little bit of your own time, you get so much more back. And that's what doing this has always been to me and continues to be. And, we hope, of course, that you listeners are able to give just a little bit and that you get far more than that back in what you receive from Catholic Radio. Yeah. Give, won't you? Give us a call at 888-287-0655. We're in the last 5 or 6 minutes of your 2024 Spring Spirit Drive on Holy Family Radio. Be a member of the family. Join the family if you haven't already. If you are a family member and a recurring donor, consider giving just a little bit more. Consider increasing that monthly donation just a little bit more. We have lots of expenses. We're trying to build that new station in Fostoria. It has to be done by the end of the year, or we lose that opportunity to do it. Maybe call and make a donation in honor of expanding Catholic radio across that portion of the Diocese of Toledo. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655.
So just a few minutes left to go here in this 2024 version of the Spring Spirit Drive. I want to give a thanks to all those who have donated. I want to give a thanks to all those who have been watching here on the live streams throughout these 3 days. I want to thank all the like I mentioned, the donors, all those who are listening out there, all the underwriters, the business underwriters. You are an important part of the finances that we have here at Holy Family Radio.
All the volunteers that make this happen.
You, Kim, for you coming here and helping
you,
out.
Deacon Jeff.
Well, it's a labor of love. I love doing it. It seems like I do okay at it. So,
you do.
So in any event, as long as no one pulls me off the air, I'll still continue to do it and work hard to provide, the guests and everything else.
You're not fired.
Okay. The board. Oh, thank you. Oh my gosh. The board president says I'm not fired. So thank goodness for that. But in any event, just, thank you to everybody who participates in this mission. Continue to listen. Continue to tell people about Catholic radio. It's always amazing when we come across people, talking about various other things, and you mention Catholic radio, and they're like, "What do you mean Catholic radio?" Well, yeah, there's Catholic radio in Lima. What? I didn't know there's Catholic radio in Lima. Yeah, it's 94.9 FM. Oh, it's that sort of a thing. We need help in that endeavor to kind of get the word out, because billboards are really, really expensive to do, and you never know, what's going to come out of that. But word of mouth and that personal invitation, just like with vocations, goes a long, long way in producing fruit. So we hope you've borne some fruit from listening to Holy Family Radio. We pray and hope for more. Don't forget about our 14-year anniversary dinner coming up in Lima on August 22nd with Deacon Harold Burke-Sivers. Going to have a beautiful meal. Bishop Thomas will be there. Expect 500 plus people for that. You can buy tickets right now at our website for that event, $50 a person. It just kind of goes on and on. Going to do what we can to keep Holy Family Radio on the air. So we're counting our blessings, folks. I'm going to play our theme song that we start off each day with counting our blessings. And you know what? Maybe I'll give a blessing to everybody here. Just want to thank you and just say, God bless you in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. That's going to do it for us. Remember, you can call for about the next 30 seconds to a minute. Either way, we're signing off. Good night and goodbye.